to order the September 2023 board meeting of the State Board of Education. Ms. Maramba, will you please call the roll?
Board Member Skarziga. Board Member Esser. Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Plomer. Board Member Shuffle.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder. Board Member Solis.
Here.
Board Member Varela. Quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. Dr. Sheffel, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda? That's a proper motion. Do I have a second? Second. Ms. Maramba, will you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham. Board Member Skarziga. Yes. Board Member Esser. Yes. Board Member McClellan. Yes. Board Member Plomer. Yes. Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder. Yes. Board Member Solis.
Yes.
Board Member Varela.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Did you want to read it with the numbers, or?
Oh,
Are you moving item?
approve items 5.01-5.13 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Esser. Ms. Maramba, will you please call the roll? Oh, yes.
Questions?
Yes.
I have a comment, please, and a question. So my comment is that for a number of years that I've been here, looking at the initial emergency authorization requests, I've never seen so many. It's just a really clear indication of the challenges that our school districts have, and that they are finding ways, but it may well be 3 times as many as I've seen in the past. The renewals are pretty much the same, second year, but for first year. The second item that I have a question about is the Western Colorado University request for authorization of computer science and middle school math endorsements. I believe that's for alternative programs. And my only question is, do they also have a regular teacher prep program and an alternative program, or do they only do alternative prep for teachers?
Commissioner?
I'll call up Colleen O'Neill to respond to this question.
This is going to be an easy answer. It's an easy answer. Yes, they have both.
Remind me why we have both.
Absolutely. Our traditional programs are for those individuals that are looking for that bachelor's degree in addition to their teaching license. And then the alternative program is for those that already hold a bachelor's degree in a content area and are looking more for the pedagogy on the job training.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions, board members? All right, Ms. Maramba, will you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham. Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Plomer.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Board Member Solis.
Yes.
Board Member Varela.
Yes.
This is 9-0.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. The next item on our agenda is a report from the Director of State Board Relations. Ms. Maramba, what do you have for us today?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us today. Members of the public, all documents can be found on board docs for this meeting. I have a handful of upcoming events that to make you all aware of. NASB conference is October 25th through 27th in San Diego. Excel at Ed is November 15th through 17th in Atlanta. The Case Fall Western Slope Superintendent Conference is October 19th in Gladwin Springs. The Case Falls Southern Slope Superintendent Conference is October 23rd in Pueblo. CASB's annual convention is December 7th through the 9th in Colorado Springs. And those of you who are planning way into advance, into the next year, CASE's 2024 Winter Leadership Conference is February 21st through the 23rd in Loveland. Please let us know if you need any help registering for those events. Lastly, we are finalizing all of your October meeting plans, which will be held at the Alamosa area. We plan to host our meeting on Wednesday for a half-day at the Alamosa School District, and then the rest of the time will be spent meeting with students, administrators, and community members. And then we have school tours planned for Thursday morning. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. Board members, did you have any questions? Mr. Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed in the, I think one of your last communications that we didn't have parking places today.
That is correct.
And it's because last month, we apparently paid for them and they were unavailable.
That is
Did
correct.
we pay for those?
Last month we did, yes.
Have we requested a refund from the city of Denver? I would insist that they, if they can't deliver on their side of the agreement, that they ought to we ought to make sure we're not paying for that which we don't get. So would request and keep us advised whether or not they refund the money, or whether we have to have our attorney send them a note. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durham.
You know that,
Dr. Sheppel?
I'm tired of this city.
Is there a list of what you just delineated on all these conferences?
I am happy to send it as an email to all of you.
I appreciate it. There were a couple there I was interested
It's a
in.
good
and I
idea.
Couldn't write them down fast enough.
Okay, no
Thank you.
worries.
Thank you, Dr. Sheppel. I also could not write fast enough, and I think that will be really helpful. All right, the next item on our agenda is an update from our Commissioner, Susana Cordova. Commissioner, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have lots of work going on with task forces, so I want to give a quick update on that. So Task Force 1215, the Big Blur Task Force, was authorized in 2022, and it's getting close to the end. Continuing to meet, we met for 2 days last week, and their final report to the legislature is due on December 1st, so the recommendations are starting to be compiled. Our School Finance Task Force met for the first time on August 29th. They elected Chuck Carpenter, the CFO for DPS, to serve as chair. They met again yesterday, and they're going to continue to meet every other week through January to ensure they deliver their reports to the legislature by the end of January of '24. And Resource and Equity Task Force is being chaired by Harrison Superintendent Dr. Wendy Burhansel. Their first meeting was August 24th. Their next meeting is September 26th. The interim report is due March 1st, and the final report will be due November 15th of '24. Our Transportation Modernization Task Force will hold their first meeting on September 25th, where they will elect a chair and then schedule their meetings for the remainder of the this year and next, with a report due in December of '24. Our School Discipline Task Force is being finalized with the membership, and they will have their first meeting in mid-October. And then we also have created a landing page where everyone can actually see all of the task forces. If you Google legislative task forces and working groups on our CDE website, you can get a full listing of all of the work that's going on there. And you can always reach out to the CDE lead on that page or to Shelby Conkle for updates. I'd also like to share a few updates from our office. We have finished our internal listening sessions and last week launched a superintendent survey on CDE. We put it out into the field last Friday, and so far we have 66 responses. So we're going to keep the survey open for another week to try to get those numbers up higher. But really looking forward to getting both some quantitative data and some qualitative data from our district superintendents and BOCES directors on the quality of services that the department is providing to the field. We had a conference yesterday and today in Colorado Springs called The Landscape of Wellbeing and Belonging, with over 500 statewide educators who were attending. And so I was there yesterday morning. Deputy Commissioner Pearson was there most of the day yesterday, and many different departments across CDE were presenting breakout sessions for folks in the field. And so I'll wrap it up with that.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Board members, any questions or comments? Dr. Schroeder?
What the meeting was about yesterday, what was the topic? Was it to give information from CDE to our educated community?
Yes, and I'll invite Deputy Commissioner Pearson to share more about how the meeting came together, the different departments that were providing breakout sessions, and the people who were invited.
Madam Chair. So yesterday's conference came about, the Student Pathway Division, our unit has a lot of different state grant programs. They've got 30-some state grants and a whole bunch of federal. And they were realizing they were having grant meetings with the grantees for each of these individual programs kind of separately. And what they realized is some of the schools and districts received multiple grants, and they also realized they were spending a lot on individual logistics, space, travel, all of that. So they a few years ago, brought all of the grant programs together for their kickoff meetings and their orientations, and added to that a lot of technical assistance. So CD staff presented, a lot of school and district staff presented. It's all kind of well-being, health, counselor corps grant was there, some of our dropout prevention work. We had nutrition presenting and talking about school nutrition options for kids. So we just have brought all the pieces together into one place one time a year, brought some keynotes in for school district leaders, teachers, school counselors were there, district leadership staff that are over like special services for students, a lot of people working on discipline, so kind of that world of things.
So I asked that question in part because the 1215 task force is talking about grants, consolidating grants, et cetera. I'm just wondering, are we going like this, or how will we talk about this with the folks who are using them, and how do we know how they are? Are we collecting data at a conference like this so that we know? I anticipate that with all these task forces, we're going to start looking, and our evaluation efforts, we're going to start looking at consolidating, not necessarily taking away, but consolidating, in some cases repurposing some of the grants. And it seems like a pretty overwhelming task for somebody to get their arms around, to look at all of them.
Yeah, I think this was an organic example of that intention, which is people from inside the department realizing that there are times when we can do more if we do it together, as opposed to doing things one by one by one.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions, comments? All right, I noticed that we're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. I could fill in some time with some board reports, or are we ready to go forward with agenda item 8 on the notice of rulemaking for the rules of the administration of the Adult Education and Literacy Grant Program?
We can proceed.
Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and proceed with item 8.01, notice of rulemaking, rules for the administration of the Adult Education and Literacy Grant Program, 1 CCR 301-98. And I'll pass this to Ms. Pearson and Dr. Garcia to share an overview of the draft rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I want to introduce you all to Dr. Allison. I'm looking at Allie Garcia. Says Allison, we call you Allie, who's been our Director of Adult Education Initiatives for a little over a year now. So we've got rules today. She's excited to be here. Danielle Ongart, who's the Executive Director of Student Pathways, is sorry not to be here today. She is sick, and we want her taking care of herself. So you've got Allie.
Thank you. Awesome. Can you all hear me? I just want to make sure. Okay, great. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Dr. Allie Garcia, and I'm the Director of the Adult Education Initiatives Office. And I'm here to present information for item 801, the rulemaking hearing for Adult Education and Literacy Grant Program 1 CR 30198. In your board packets, you will have items for your consideration, a memo addressing the item, both redlined and clean versions of the draft rules, and a crosswalk of the rule to statute. Is it on? It's on.
There you go.
Okay, all right, we gotta get the magic touch, okay. First, I wanted to provide a quick overview of the Adult Education and Literacy Grant Program. So our state grant offers support for services that include the teaching of reading, math, and English foundations for adults. Additionally, our grants help support the preparation of adult learners with college and career readiness skills that lead to employment and/or the transition to post-secondary education. Our grants also support parents and family members to obtain the educational skills necessary to become full partners in the education of the children in their home. Have the magic touch. Oh, other way. There we go. So during the 2023 legislative session, the legislator made several changes to the Adult Education Literacy Act. The proposed rule amendments reflect the statutory changes, which include, it adds digital literacy to the basic education offered to eligible adults through the Adult Education Grant Program. It provides that an eligible adult may earn a high school diploma or equivalency certificate through programs supported by the grant. It expands eligibility for the grant by simplifying the definition of a work development partnership. It streamlines renewal and possible discontinuation process for current grantees, and it clarifies information CDE is authorized to collect from applicants and grantees. These rule amendments are required in order to comply with statute. CDE staff requests that the board vote to approve the notice of rulemaking hearing to consider 1CCR 30198, the rulemaking hearing for Adult Education and Literacy Grant Program. If a notice is approved, the board will hold a hearing on the rules during its November board meeting and may vote on the rule amendment in November. At this time, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, both of you, for the presentation. Are there any comments or questions, board members? Dr. Schroeder?
I just want to clarify the intent here of this legislation, which I think is that there have been opportunities, there have always been opportunities for a GED, and now we're providing an opportunity for folks who didn't graduate to instead have a diploma as opposed to only a GED. Is that roughly the intent of this?
So, thank you for that question. I think the intent of this was the legislation was to actually make some changes to current law. And so we did have an ALA program, and this was able to kind of, I would say, add some changes for that. And so those list of changes kind of add what that could do in order to provide more opportunity and access to learners. Yes, there is now an opportunity through colleges and technical colleges in this bill that would allow them to offer high school diplomas versus a GED or a high school equivalency of some sort. So there is that possibility that's added to this bill for sure. Yeah.
Which I think appeals to some folks, because the GED doesn't really have the same cash, if that's the right word. Does this address the YMCA, or what program was that we approved in Aurora? No, Salvation Army. Wasn't it?
Goodwill.
Goodwill. Third time's charm, but thank you for helping me with that.
Yeah, are you talking about SB 23003, which is the high school? Mm-hmm. Yes. So that also passed legislation, and we will.
So this doesn't relate to that?
This doesn't relate to that, no.
That's what I've been trying to figure out.
Yeah,
Right.
this doesn't relate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members? Board Member Plomer.
It's on. So I know this is just an approval or to go forward with the rules, but there was a few changes that were redlined in here that I was wondering about. First is 2.05, where there'll be a kind of an evaluation if the grantee is making progress. Would that mean a program could lose funding mid somebody's trying to get their GED or degree, and making progress is pretty vague, so I'm not sure who does that and what criteria would be used to remove somebody's funding. And then the second piece well, answer that one first, and then I have another one.
Sure, yes. I think it's fair to say that we do have concern about removing funding and the implications it could have for our learners if we were to remove funding in the middle of a grant cycle. We do have some ways in which we can help support grants in order to make sure that they are using their grant funds appropriately and that they are making some substantial growth within their learners. And that's really where this is coming from, is just making sure that we're being good stewards of money, and making sure that there's actual plans in place and those are being implemented in order to make sure that learners are learning what they need to learn. And so I would say, yes, there is that concern, there is that possibility, and I hope we don't ever have to enforce that. I hope that we can have more of a collaborative partnership within programs in order to get them what the services that they need.
Great. I guess my comment on that is if there's questionable programs that I would think many programs, especially in rural areas, it's the one program they have. So you probably have multiple year data, and it would be better to not fund them in the first place instead of taking funding away for programs that people have signed up for and are counting on. So I'm just not unclear why this was added as a new provision, because my assumption is we're constantly evaluating whether or not these programs are effective in where they are. So I just had some concerns about that being added. And then the other one I had is 3.01.3, where it talks about including the average cost per eligible student served by the provider. Again, I would just wonder, in certain areas, the average cost may be higher, especially if you have a very small program. The average cost is going to be higher, but that doesn't mean that it's not worth doing. So I just want to make sure and understand how that data will be used, because again, especially in some areas, this is the only thing available. They can't shop around and do other things, and just want to make sure that's kind of thought about and maybe talked about next time.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Skarsica, and then Dr. Schiffel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of jumping right along those same comments, there's a little bit of language, and I know it's probably in most of our rules, but it talks about, here's the following things we're going to collect. And it says, consider but not limited to the following. So as someone who's done this work a long time, it's when we don't know ahead of time when we apply for the grants, specifically what you're going to be required of, really I think needs to be not done. You need to make, people need to know what they're committing to, and then changing it up during that grant period should also be a no-no. So just as long as, you just kind of help me with those reassurances. Because that language always bothered me, because it allows you to actually change up what you're requesting and requiring midstream. Okay, thank you.
Board members, any other reflections or questions? Dr. Schiffel.
Yeah, and I know we'll get into this later after the rulemaking begins, but I just had a quick question about the financial aspect. How much money is associated with this grant? Each year, is it, or by a 3-year period, or?
The grant for this
Yes.
rulemaking. So we were actually, it's typically around 800,000, but they were able to give us double that this year, and that's supposed to go for the next grant cycle. So we'll have around 3-4 years left of that grant cycle, and then we'll see if it's continuing or not.
And then it seems to me, and maybe you can think about this for next time, but it's 1.10.1. Does it seem like they're reducing the specificity and maybe value of what's being offered by taking out language for apprenticeships, accelerated education and skills training certificate programs, manufacturing career pathways, community-based workforce development programs? I mean, why is that taken out? Digital literacy is added, but that's a very general term. So why was this section just taken out?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would assume that may have been taken out due to being very specific and being more challenging for programs to meet those specificity of those exact terms of what partnerships could look like, and wanted just a little bit more flexibility to make partnerships based upon their rural region and based upon the needs of their learners. And so I'm not 100% sure, but we can definitely get back to you of what that rationale was.
I mean, it's great if these programs really work because they provide a robust opportunity going forward. And if it's too general, it might not be very helpful to the person.
Sure.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Colleagues, thank you for your thoughtful questions and comments. At this time, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
All right, Dr. Skarsika?
I move to approve the notice of rulemaking, rules for the administration of the Adult Education and Literacy Grant Program, 1 CCR 301-98.
That's a proper motion. Do we have a second? Dr. Schroeder? Second. All right. Any additional discussion? All right, Ms. Miranda, will you please call the roll?
Yes?
Board Member Esser?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Plomer? Yes. Board Member Shuffle?
Yes?
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
Board Member Solis?
Yes.
Board Member Varela?
Yes.
That passes 9-0.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. The next item on our agenda is an approval of the rules for the administration of the ninth grade Student Success Grant Program, 1 CCR 301-106. Colleagues, as you may recall, we had a formal rulemaking hearing last month on these rules. The vote was not unanimous, so they are back before us. I will not ask staff for a presentation, as it would be the same presentation that you heard last month, but the materials are all included in board docs. Do we have any additional questions or discussion following last month's presentation? Mr.
I have a
Durham.
question.
Okay, I'm going to call on Mr.
Go
Durham. Okay, Mr. Varela, and then Mr. Durham.
My only question is, I cannot remember the presentation from last month. I'd like to have it represented.
Okay, Commissioner?
Great, thank you. I will invite Deputy Commissioner Pearson to come up, and we'll see if we can pull up the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll help you.
And you know, honestly, she might be able to just clarify a question that I had from it is this these are competitive grants that are done on a year or a couple of basis? Is that what it is right now?
Madam Chair? Yes, it's a competitive grant, state grant, with about $700,000 for distribution in the state. The first round, the first cohort of the grantees, applications went out of fall in 2019. Because of the pandemic, things were paused for a little bit. This current cohort will finish this school year. But we received additional funding from the legislature this past session, so we've got money, more funding to be able to distribute to grantees starting this school year.
And I think my one question that I didn't clarify last month, that I probably would want to clarify more this month, is I want to know is how do we get to a point, and this might be in the future, of if we know some of these districts need or would benefit from this, how do we get it to where we could wrap it into some way that they're receiving it on a, annual, so they're not continuously reapplying for the same grant if we know that they need this grant, it's working, it's successful, to kind of help them save resources, so they're not, constantly reapplying every couple of years.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Varela. I think that's a conversation we've been having deeply at the department over lots of different grant programs, including this one, of trying to figure out how can we better match, knowing which districts based on their data have needs for ninth graders that are seeing a huge dropout rate with ninth graders, and target resources towards them. So we're trying to figure out how we could do that, how continuation funding could be more streamlined based on need as well. Some of that are things that we could do within the department. Some are things that we probably need legislative change for. But there's also some legislators that are really thinking about grants and how to use that money in the best way as well. So if you all have ideas and things that you would like to share about what your vision for state grants is and where you'd like to go, we would love to hear that. We can do one-on-one meetings with you all, or have some time to talk together, whatever you all would like.
So would that be a rulemaking process, or would that have to be a legislative process?
I think, sorry, Madam Chair and Mr. Varela, I think it will depend on where the authority is. So I think there's some things that would be in our rulemaking, if the details around the timelines for a grant need to get changed, and that's not in statute, but it's in our rules, and we do rulemaking with you all. If it's something that's only in statute, we might need statutory change. I think there's a lot that's where we're starting to look at all of this comprehensively with all the grants, trying to make sense of where the changes would need to be made, because it'll vary from state grant to state grant. So right now, we're just trying to start thinking about collecting all the information in one place so we can better understand if it's rulemaking or if it's legislative.
Mr. Varela, does that give you most of what you need to go forward, or do you have other high points that you might want to have covered?
Madam Chair, that is exactly what I was looking for, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to get that clarified last month. But I appreciate Alyssa and everything you're doing, and she also did reach out to me as well and clarified some of the other stuff prior to this meeting, so thank you again, Alyssa.
Thank you, Mr. Varela. Mr. Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Correct.
Oh, it's on now.
No, it apparently doesn't work. Does it work?
No, I think it's still broken.
So,
Back
still,
order.
so,
Sorry.
well, so we don't need to worry about turning it on then. No, thank you. So is the real purpose of these amendments to the rules triggered by the mathematics legislation from last year? Is that, I mean, that's really to add that somehow as a category, a new category of eligibility for grants?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Board Member Durham? Yes, exactly. That comprehensive math bill that passed last year adjusted the kind of who we identify as in greatest need for ninth grade for this grant, and also what they may use the funding for, to really use it as another way to target math intervention and math instruction.
Okay, thank you. I think this particular grant, given its narrow focus, really triggers, or ought to at least trigger for this board, a broader discussion of the whole grant concept and program, where we now administer 35 grants. It's my understanding, based on the conversations I had yesterday, that those 35 grants account for $250 million of appropriations. Some of which are probably the largest one is in the READ-ACT grant, would be my guess. But at some point in time, this kind of narrow grant, the amount of staff time we're spending on it, the amount of energy that's probably expended by the districts, and $700,000, I'm going to guess, can't grow all that far, although this one is apparently limited. Let me just ask the question to districts that are in the lower third. Let's see, ranked, consistently ranked the lowest for public high schools, determined by PSAT scores. So what's the cutoff for lowest? I thought it was the third, but maybe I made that up when I was reading it.
Madam Chair, Board Member Durham, I believe that it was the bottom 25% of high schools, I think, is what I saw as I was preparing for this, but I can follow up and get you
Okay,
exact.
no,
But
so
they-
it's just, and couple that with the fact we made, and that somehow we ended up with legislatively, the legislature gave us 25 employees last year we didn't ask for.
23.
Or 23?
Sorry.
Oh, my gosh, well, hate to be off by two. I mean, but we got 2 or 3 that we did ask for, so I guess we shouldn't be complaining too much. But it's certainly, we've certainly got a structure here that's not meeting at least what we perceive as the department's needs, particularly in the area of security, computer security, data security, which have been high priorities, but we really have been a little bit afraid of going out and asking for the amount of money we think we need to ensure that we have secure systems. And at the same time, we're being almost inundated. I think 25 new employees could be characterized as an inundation that we didn't ask for, that don't really necessarily meet the needs that we've identified for the department. And I think it's time we take a hard look at this, and as we look at legislative proposals that I suspect we're likely to see, start to judge some of these proposals by whether or not they're meeting the critical needs of the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. Any other discussion, Dr. Sheffel?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the grant. It seems like, is it intended, I mean, we know ninth grade's a really important year and we want to give students the tools for success so they finish high school. Was the vagueness in a sense of this grant intentional because of the math legislation or not? I mean, how are these related again?
Madam Chair. Board Member Shuffle. This grant was in place before the math bill. It was in place starting in 2019. I wasn't deeply involved in the development then, so I'm not sure I could tell you all the legislative intent behind it, other than we know ninth grade is a real pivotal year for students and staying in high school and graduating. Last year, as the governor's office and others were looking at ways in where we could strengthen meeting the needs of students in the state around math, as we were seeing that as such a huge area that was impacted, or students were so impacted in instruction that way over the pandemic. The governor's office identified this as an area, as a grant that really could benefit or could meet student needs by infusing that math intervention and math focus in that ninth grade year. So I don't know the intent of like how specific and how broad or anything like that, but I think that was the rationale for.
And do you have a sense of how much of the money associated with this is for academic support? Or is it, every application is different?
I think, I don't have that exact number. We can provide information for you, but the four main areas for the grant of what people are working on are ninth grade, and this is currently, this is not the new one. I think the intention for the new grant program is to keep it aligned with this as well, but I can double check on that. But they look at ninth grade success teams, so creating cross-disciplinary teams of teachers and support staff to identify needs of individuals and groups in ninth grade and support the students. Creating data systems to make sure they're looking at student behavior and attendance and grades to see which students may need more support throughout the year. Instructional support for ninth graders to increase engagement and rigor in learning. And that's where the math focus is coming in now. And then transition programs. So if schools want to do summer programs, time during the school day, during the year, just to help students with that big transition to high school, which I think we all know it's a big transition.
I just wonder if there's an opportunity to tighten it up. I mean, it looks like everything's listed. Attendance, content-specific intervention, tutoring, course completion, social emotional learning, trauma-informed instruction, information about behavior, attendance, grades, and so forth. And I worry about two things. One is the data privacy issue, integrated information concerning students' behavior, attendance, and grades. Integrated information, who's using the information? What about student behavior? What does that really mean? And then the list of things they could do. Could an application say, yep, we're just doing one of these? Or, because otherwise I just don't think it's going to help ninth graders. I mean, the reason ninth grade is a focus is because unless they get the right content, especially in math in ninth grade, they're not eligible to do post-secondary, and they have to begin then. And so if that's the goal, I feel like this is very vague and everything's thrown in here.
Dr. Skarzica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think some of the work that I know of, when it talks about integration of data, so if you've got a ninth grade pool and you've got 500 kids to track at a high school, one of the first things we know is when they first walk in the door, we can kind of look back a little bit, their eighth grade, what was their attendance, what were their grades, what were their support issues, their behavioral issues, so that by the first early part of ninth grade, you're able to take that information and then integrate what they're doing in ninth grade so they don't get beyond that first semester of ninth grade and have either they're failing all their classes, which immediately sets them back, or they've never attended or whatever. So the idea of it is it's taking these disparate data sources within a school for the school personnel and their support staff to look at these students and then track and give them individualized support. It's not that they want to integrate it with data outside the district or anything else, right? And so it's really hard to pick up some of these tracking systems, and that's really, I think, what a lot of them are using the data for. Ms. Pearson, would you agree?
Absolutely.
That that's the intent is to try to, as early as possible, identify students who are at risk and provide them what they need. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Skarzica. Dr. Esser?
No.
Oh, Board Member Plomer, my apologies.
Oh, that's fine. So just, first I'll address Dr. Shuffle's wonderings about kind of how many categories. I'll just speak from public health experience and from what we've done in Adams 12, every high school is very different about the challenges faced by their children. I mean, some it may be attendance, some it may, so I think the list provides the flexibility to really target what a specific school might need. So while it seems like it might be too broad, I think what they want to make sure is that they don't have to come back and again get like a special permission to do a certain focus when you do that in-depth needs assessment and you're working with such a micro community, which is a high school and the ninth graders within it, there's just a lot that you might need to address because generally the issue is multifaceted and it could be attendance plus someone's mental health needs. It could be transport, there's all sorts of things. So I guess for me, I appreciate that there's a lot of flexibility for these programs to really do that needs assessment and meet those high school kids where they're at. So that would just be my one comment, and hopefully that, for me, it's comforting, but I understand where it's like, well, maybe there's not enough control, but I know implementing grants that there's a lot of things that you discover. So I just wanted to put that out there for people that might not be that familiar with the grants and what they try and do. And then the other, I just had a question, and this doesn't need to be addressed now, but I was not here last year for the budget. And were the 23 people, were they approved by the legislature to implement grants? I mean, I think one thing that I've known in the past is at least that the prior problem was the legislature just adding work and not adding people to help, and so you further stretched a very small staff at CDE. So I don't know why those 23 folks were added, but I would just wonder, and again, that doesn't have to be answered now, but I just had a curiosity because I wasn't here.
Madam Chair, I can answer that real quickly. The 23 staff came through fiscal note process. So as bills go through the legislature, they come over to us. We estimate how much we think they'll cost in terms of workload and if contracts are needed, whatever it will take, send it back to them. When they publish their fiscal note and pass the bill, that's what we end up getting funded for.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Dr. Sheppel?
I just had one follow-up comment, is that right? My only thought with these grants, as we consider grants generally, is this. What are things that schools are already doing? I mean, the reason sometimes we look at these grants, there's billions of dollars that have been poured in with ESSER and things. We look at the results and we think, what happened? Why didn't it make a difference? And when I look at these grants, I think, yes, for maximum flexibility, you put everything in the grant. But then I think, what's already going on? Schools are already tracking attendance. They're already looking at discipline. These are things they're already doing. So the additional money, which is on top of it, otherwise, it's not a grant, right? The additional money should be, let's put a fine point on what would be the highest leverage point to help ninth graders be successful and set up for success for post-secondary education. Put a fine point on it. Radical simplification, as opposed to, put all the language in, so whatever they need, they're already doing, they have to be doing all these things. So that's my only comment. I get the flexibility piece, but I just feel sad when we look at all the money that's being poured in. Where's the outcome? Where's the return on investment for the students?
Board Member Solis?
So I do want to touch on that just from a board perspective and even from COVID. One of the things that I know that we've done within a district is actually had liaisons that went to go find the kids. I mean, actually went to go figure out where these kids are. When that money goes away, that will be one of the first positions that's cut. And so what we know is when you have a dedicated person doing that work, targeting attendance and actually following up on where these kids are, why are they not in school, it does make a difference. So I think, yes, let's figure out what schools are doing. And as somebody who sat on a local school board, I know they know these very important things are helpful. They just don't have the money to fund it. And so these grants are that ability to say, we know we need that liaison. It worked when we were here in COVID. That was one of the things we had to cut when that funding went away. We would love to add that in there. And that's one of the biggest things, is making sure that kids are in school. So that is an important thing. But I think the hard part is that this broad list, all of those things make a difference. But it's really schools trying to figure out their budget, saying, we could do this, we'd love to do this, we can't afford to do this. So that's where this grant comes in, of saying, now we can, here's that possibility of adding that in. And so I love the flexibility of it, because again, I know that schools know all of this stuff is important, it all matters, it all works, and yet they don't have the funding to keep it all in place.
Thank you, Board Member Solis. Dr. Schroeder?
Just a quick question. What's the reporting that we request, please, from this grant?
Madam Chair. Board Member Schroeder, I believe, and I'm not the expert here, so I'm covering because people are presenting at the conference today, that we're looking for data collection starting in 21-22, implementation levels of the key components, outcomes for ninth grade course passage rate, the percentage of ninth grade courses that were taken and passed, the ninth grade on track rate, so if kids are on track for the next 4 years, to move to 10th grade with no more than one course failure. Each site has some specific goals that they have set for themselves, tailored to what they need to work on the most, and they report on that, and successes and challenges in implementation. So we're not collecting that individual student behavior data or anything like that. That's really, like Dr. Escarza said, kept there at the district.
So are we collecting data that says, well, high school A spent the funds on meeting this need and how much it was? I'm guessing on most of these grants are about FTE, right? Bring in more people to help the kids, as opposed to other resources. But do we know, because I think we could learn streamlining if we knew how the grants are being used effectively. And I'm just wondering whether we know that.
Dr. Schroeder, I believe that we do have that level. They'll write their grant application, they'll put in their budget request, we'll know decently what they're doing. They will also write about their successes and challenges and what they implemented. For the 8 grantees that we have currently, they are funding a total of 3.9 FTE, so probably part of positions in different districts.
Thank you.
All right.
If I may add, it does look like there's a requirement for a match, and that the match can be an in-kind match. And so my assumption is that in many cases, the match is actually the staff that is in the district already to help implement the additional services. Because that's a low number of FTE
Low
for the
number,
number.
yeah.
And so my assumption is that this is actually, as Board Member Solis mentions, an extension of work that they are able to do internally to try to meet the need around ninth grade.
All right. Board members, if there's nothing further, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dr. Skarzica?
I move to approve rules for the administration of the ninth grade Success Grant Program 1 CCR 301-106.
That's a proper motion. May I have a second? Board Member Solis? Any further discussions before we go to a vote, board members? All right, Ms. Maramba, will you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
No.
Board Member Skarsgård.
Yes?
Board Member Esser. Yes. Board Member McCully.
Yes.
Board Member Plummer. Yes. Board Member Shuffle.
No.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Board Member Solis. Yes. Board Member Varela.
No.
Those pass 6-3.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. All right, do we happen to have anyone signed up for public comment? Sounds like we do, so I will start reading the message that we read ahead of public comment. Is Mr. Joseph Curran here? Very good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start reading what I normally read, but go ahead and make your way up, and I'll get through this as quickly as I can. The board will now hold public comment. Each individual is limited to 3 minutes, and Ms. Maramba will let you know when your time is up. Before we begin, I want to share guidelines around how this board conducts public comment, which are also posted on our website. Registration for public comment opens a half hour prior to the start of the board meeting. I will call on speakers in the order of their registration. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and time will be monitored by staff using a timer. When that time expires, the speaker is permitted to complete a sentence but should make no further remarks. I may extend the agenda item or limit the time available for public comment. At the chair's discretion, public comment may be closed and reopened at a later time or date to be announced. Public comment submissions may not be related to personnel matters or quasi-judicial issues pending before the board, matters related to accountability clock hearings or charter school appeals. Written public comment is an option available and is not subject to the same time and location restraints. Any written public comment that is submitted via email will be uploaded to Board Docs. All board meetings are recorded. Those recordings are available on the State Board website as part of the permanent public record. Signs, banners, and other distracting items are not allowed in the board meetings, and staff will ask you to leave materials outside the room, or you may be asked to leave. All speakers and those in attendance shall conduct themselves in a non-disruptive manner. Cheering, snapping, clapping, and other distractions are not allowed during or upon completion of any public comment. State board members do not respond to public comments during this segment of the board meeting. And with that, welcome Joseph Curran. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Joe, and I'm representing the Colorado chapter of the LGBT nonprofit organization Gays Against Groomers. I live here in Colorado with my husband and our 1-year-old son, and as such, I'm speaking with authority as both a parent and a member of the LGBT community. As a member of this community, I've been asked to speak on the impact of the sexual indoctrination curriculum that is inflicted on Colorado's youth. Colorado educators claim voicing any opposition to gender ideology lessons, talks, medication support within schools, and schools purposely hiding all of this from parents is anti-LGBTQIA+. This is not true at all. Thousands of members of both the LGBT and T communities across the globe are against the corruption being done in our name and the lies being spread under the community umbrella. We expose the reality of what is happening to vulnerable children using science-based facts and not manipulative emotional claims. We condone minors being forcibly exposed to Colorado schools' gender ideology lessons from their teachers and school officials. We are disgusted with school officials telling children they are definitely transgender or need hormone medication quickly while attending school-sponsored activities, such as what happened in Fort Collins. In Cherry Creek High School, where the administration has a written plan on how to purposely hide information from parents about their child's physical sexual activities, things that no school official has any business talking to a student about. This is actually a violation of the 14th Amendment. Or worse, in Colorado schools, we find students are being forced to identify their pronouns, which are being placed on their school file. In case you forgot, 61% of Jeffco students are not proficient in math, science, or English based on the 2023 CMAS scores. These children are our future, and as you are the stewards of their future, you are failing their ability to succeed. These studies used to support this radical sexual agenda by this and previous administrations has been consistently disproven around the world by actual doctors and scientists who are experts in endocrinology, gender identity, child psychology, and pediatric care. So it is with these statistics I leave you with. Between 80 and 90% of children grow out of their dysphoric feelings on their own by the time they finish puberty. 81% of individuals who identify as transgender will attempt suicide in their life. Minors who identify as transgender and complete sexual reassignment surgery have a 20% higher chance of committing suicide over their peers who do not complete SRS. It is statistics like this that leave parents and members of the LGBT community so perplexed why educators would so flippantly push such a radical agenda on our youth. If you really want to save the children, we need Colorado schools to focus on STEM and lessons that will actually enable them to be self-sustaining adults. As a gay parent, I assure you that kids will be best off without educators jamming their sexual agenda down kids' throats and focus on STEM. If you don't believe us, we invite you to visit radar.gaysagainstgroomers.com to review hundreds of scientific and medical studies which will refute everything being said against the activists in Colorado schools and legislators. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have a 15-minute break. So I think we'll see everyone back here at 10:15 a.m. Colleagues, we are back on the record. The next item on our agenda is an update on the preliminary 2023 performance framework results. Commissioner?
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. I will turn this over to Ms. Smedler and Marie Hutchton.
Thank you, members of the board. For this time, this is an informational item, so we just wanted to take the time with you to go through our preliminary results on our performance frameworks. I am Lisa Medler. I'm the Executive Director of Accountability and Continuous Improvement. I am joined by my colleague Marie Hutchton. She's the supervisor of the Accountability Analytics team. So I am presenting on a lot of their work. I should say our work. Really, it's definitely a team effort. So let's go ahead and get this rolling. So I'm going to spend some time giving you an overview of our process, our accountability system. Just a little bit of a hint. We're going to be back tomorrow, and so I'm trying to use up a little bit of time in preparation for tomorrow. So I will walk through these. You're going to see them again tomorrow. But then we'll spend the bulk of our time on walking through just a quick analysis of our preliminary results, both at the district level and the school level, and then we have a couple slides on some next steps. Okay? Great. So just to talk you through the system and some of our current context, probably every time you see us presenting, we're going to be sharing some of these slides because there's a number of things going on with accountability right now, and we want to make sure you're really clear where we are in this process for this year and next year. So for today's presentation, we're going to be focusing here on the 2023 frameworks release, but you'll notice underneath it, we've got some other things coming around new measures. That is tomorrow's focus. So we've got some reports that'll be coming, and then assuming that those are approved by you, we will have new measures in next year's frameworks. That's on the left side. On the right side, I know you all are familiar with the 1241 Task Force. That is, let's see if I can do the name fully, it's a long name, Accountability, Accreditation, Student Performance, and Resource Equity Task Force. So that is happening simultaneously while we're still producing frameworks and having these discussions about new measures. So we're going to always be very clear about where we are in this current timeline. Okay. I always like to also center any discussion about accountability in our theory of action. I think there's a tendency to think of and equate state accountability with the performance frameworks, which is certainly a big part of our state accountability system. That's that blue evaluation box that we've got there, and that is where we will focus mostly today. But we always like to say we don't want to stop there because that is just the beginning of data analysis. We've got schools and districts looking at their local data, looking at their state data. We want them to do something with it. So that's where we get into assessing needs, creating their improvement plans, working with their stakeholders, accountability committees, and then moving into implementation, that yellow box. This is where the department takes on more of that technical assistance, providing resource, providing grants, but the work is really on the schools and districts at that point. I will also point out that you as state board members have a role in all of these parts of the system. You are helping us to design those targets for our frameworks. Again, that's part of what we'll be talking about tomorrow. You're setting rules around our improvement planning, around the frameworks, the grants and resources that go into those supports, you have a role in. You also have a very big role in that gray box on the intervention at a certain point, a very small subsection of schools and districts. If they continue on our accountability clock, you have a role there. I know you're really familiar with the work there. And then finally, over on the side, you've got accreditation, which really depends on all of the accountability work and assigning those plan types, ensuring that schools and districts are in compliance with statute, and then that is an agreement between you and the local school boards on doing all that work. So just wanting to pull it together for you so that you know where we are in the process. I am going to be focusing more on that blue box.
Oh, yes. Would you prefer we go all the way through, or would you like to take questions as we go?
We are open and flexible, whatever
All right.
works for you.
Okay, Board Member Plummer.
I just had a quick question on the resources and supports. So in the yellow box, it says districts apply for additional resources. So what are the funding sources, and is that just for turnaround schools, or who all is eligible for any extra supports from CDE?
Madam Chair, I'm actually really glad you asked. I have a little slide coming up a little bit later, but let's go ahead and address that. So yes, we have a number of school improvement grants, both federally and state funded, that we have worked to combine. You may be familiar with the term the EASY grants. So we've really worked to streamline that work. Those are available to any of our schools and districts that are on performance watch. So, on the clock, Pride Improvement Turnaround, or on watch, or if they're federally identified, because there's some additional identification there. So that's available to over 300 schools and districts alone. However, that is not the only form of support. We provide assistance universally in a targeted fashion, and then a little bit more specifically to those identified sites. So another part of my team, the school improvement team, is out in the field right now answering questions, helping to analyze their state and local data with the improvement planning, lots of trainings there. That is available to all. And then we do more of the targeted supports upon request for those that are maybe in improvement or Pride Improvement. So there's a lot of things like that that are available even beyond those grants or beyond the identifications.
Thank you.
Happy to do more
Very
there, but
helpful.
hopefully that gives you a good
Nope,
sense.
that was great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, let's keep moving. So the performance frameworks, we've laid out the purposes of it. This really is our common yardstick for all schools and districts across the state. Really, I'd say one of the biggest purposes is to identify those lower performing schools and districts so that we can assign supports and grants, as well as identifying higher performing schools so that we can lift them up as examples and study them a little bit more. But the idea is that individually, schools and districts are getting feedback for their own improvements as well. So going into the indicators, I'm going to break down the parts of the framework just to re-ground you. We've got 3 performance indicators: achievement, growth, and post-secondary workforce readiness, which is only applicable to high schools and districts. And then what you see there are all the different data sources that go into each of those indicators. I'm not going to go through each of them, but this is at least a nice reference if you want to look back at that.
Yes, Mr. Durham.
Growth, which ranges from 60% metric of the measure, right? See that somewhere?
On this side, exactly. When we
Can
get
be
into
as
the
high as
ratings-
60 and as low as 40. 60% in the elementary schools. Is that growth to standard?
Yes. So right now, that's academic growth. We will be talking about on-track growth tomorrow as a new measure. It's also known as growth to standard. So
talk
we'll go
about
into
that
more
tomorrow,
detail.
you say?
Yeah, we'll be talking about that tomorrow.
So you prefer to delay that conversation then? Well, let me ask, in terms of performance frameworks, are we, if a student is behind, or if you have a group of students, and let's say on average 60% of kids don't read a grade level, so in order to become proficient, they would have to grow more than 1 year in an academic year to eventually reach proficiency. Is that what we're trying to measure? Is that where you're trying to go?
So with academic growth, we're looking at least 2 points in time, and a student's progress between those 2 points in time. When we talk about on-track growth tomorrow, we'll get into the leveling it with the performance levels that I think you're getting at on, are they on track to get to proficiency? So we'll go into more depth then. But right now, academic growth is really about our systems, our schools and districts, because this is at the school and district level, not necessarily, like, we're using individual student data, but it's at the school and district level. Are they, with where students are starting, are they able to have those students grow, and then giving them credit for the amount of growth over the year?
When I looked at, and I certainly didn't look at every district, but I just kind of scrolling through fourth grade performance in reading, certain percentage of the kids in the school would be reading at grade level, and in fifth grade you'd have a number, which I think it was fifth grade that was, it usually seemed to be lower than fourth grade, going in the wrong direction. Have you observed any trends there? Are we really making any progress in closing these reading deficiency gaps? And this may be the wrong time for that question. I'll hold it till tomorrow if it's better.
Madam Chair, so I think it would be helpful if we could do a little bit more follow-up questions, because I think what you might be asking for is an additional analysis that we have not prepared for today.
Well, that's,
I think we could give you some offhand, like, general observations, but it might be more accurate of us to go back in and do a little bit more analysis.
I don't want to spend all night trying to redo your numbers or relook at them, but maybe tomorrow we can have some generic discussions about actual progress. Thank you.
And I will say, today's presentation really is like, we're giving a little bit insight into draft results, right? These are not the final results, these are preliminary. One of the questions that we have for you are, what are some additional analyses that you all would like us to do as we are continuing to dig into this data, and we'll be presenting on final results a little bit later. So we'll put a pin in that, and then I'm going to keep. Just to re-center you on this particular slide, we do take those 3 performance indicators and then weight them. They are weighted slightly differently depending on elementary and middle, because that is academic achievement and growth. And then you add in the PWR for the district and for the high school. You'll notice that dark blue section, the growth, that is always weighted most heavily, no matter what level of school you are or the district. Then we take all that data and then roll it up into the plan types, which are all the way on the right. I think there's more questions.
Dr. Schroeder?
K-8, that's not a part of it. So it's a critical element at the district level, which explains why they're flipping out in the 12-15 task force, because it carries such a heavy weight at the district level. So it doesn't really reflect the strength of those early grades as much.
Just to clarify, certainly that 30% for the PWR would be focused on their high school students. That is for achievement and growth. That is all,
All lumped together?
all of the students.
K-12.
Oh, wow, for the tested grades. So 3rd grade through 11th.
Thank you. Yes, I hadn't really remembered, I mean, I knew about the secondary and workforce readiness concerns, but I didn't realize that they took that hit. It does make sense, because you want to know if your kids ultimately in a district are workforce ready. So that's what parents and taxpayers probably want to know. But I didn't realize it carried such a heavy weight, which is why everybody wants to change it. Thank you, that explains a lot.
Okay, so we're going to keep moving. Just a few notes that I want to make sure to highlight. I don't think you've forgotten, but I'm just going to highlight them for you. The pandemic had an impact on the frameworks. And so just as a reminder, in 2020 and 2021, framework calculations were paused. In 2022, that was a transitional year. We had more limited data, and there were some unique features last year that we need to consider as we're looking at, especially at some of the comparison slides coming up. The big one being the accountability clock did not automatically advance. Districts were not automatically able to exit. They had to go through a request to reconsider. So that just makes some of the numbers look a little bit different. We also, if you remember, had a much higher incidence of that insufficient state data. We just did not have enough information to be able to calculate frameworks. This year, we at least were able to use 2 years of data, and so we'll talk about that in a minute, but I do want to just call that out. The other thing I want to highlight is that decrease due to participation. That requirement last year was waived, so we did not apply it. We did apply it this year, so that'll be a part of what we're talking about as well. And then there's some other changes from last year, but you can read through that slide. All right, let's get into the data. So we'll start with the districts. So this slide is, I think, just a good reference slide. You've got all the distribution of districts by the ratings. So you've got numbers and percentages there. Probably the more helpful one is this comparison over time slide. So just to orient you to it, we have 2019 pre-pandemic, and then 2021 is really just a rollover of the 2019 results. 2022 is that transitional year, and then 2023 is this year. I want to remind you it's preliminary for this year, whereas the other results are final. Districts have not had the benefit of going through requests to reconsider, so this graphic may change over time when we come back and share the final results.
Dr. Skarzica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just based on pass with reconsiderations, how much do you think this would change? A couple percent? Small amount,
Madam Chair.
middle, high? Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I think we'll definitely see some changes. I think districts are a little bit harder because there's fewer of them, so it's a little bit harder to predict. And I do want to talk about some of the ones on priority improvement. We might see some shifts there. We'll see. So I think we'll see, I don't know, Marie, do you want to? A handful
Okay.
at the district level.
More at the school.
Yeah, it's more the school level where I think we'll see a bigger difference between preliminary and final.
Thank you.
On this,
Yes, Mr. Durham?
I would just explore this insufficient data a little bit more. So of those 32 districts that have been, are they by and large small districts?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I have it on one of the next slides. I have, I break it down a little bit for you, and I think you're probably, well, actually, no, it's more the performance watch. So for the insufficient state data, I would say it's a mix of districts. It's probably more smaller systems. And then just to remind you of our conversations last year, we were expecting to see a larger incidence of insufficient state data last year for sure, because we knew we couldn't use multiple years and aggregate data, which is what these small systems depend on. We are anticipating a higher incidence than in 2019. So we were pleased by seeing a drop in comparison to last year in the number of districts. It really, in large part, is because of the smaller systems needing actually 3 years of data for these remaining ones. There is participation is a factor in some of these districts as well. I would say last year when we investigated, it was a much smaller percentage that were due to.
What's the largest district? How many students? Maybe you could get that information for tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. And maybe what's the total number of students in the 17% of districts?
I think we could do a quick calculation on that for you by
Thank you.
tomorrow. Yeah. So thank you for pointing us in the direction of the insufficient data, because I wanted to start at the bottom and then work our way back up to the distribution. So as we've pointed out, there's fewer of what we say ISD, insufficient state data, ratings for districts in comparison to last year, but certainly many more than pre-pandemic, and it's in large part, we think because of this, the fact that we couldn't use 3 years, we only had 2 years of data. We would anticipate a much smaller proportion next year when we can use 3 years. What that did to the rating distribution is it just meant we had more districts than last year to actually assign ratings to. So we see increases in comparison to last year at the distinction level, accreditation level, improvement. So that's a positive sign. We're also seeing I would imagine your eye goes toward that 10% at the priority improvement plan type level. So we'll break that one down a little bit for you too. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Durham?
I think it would be, at least for me, a helpful addition to this data, if you don't have to stay up all night to do it, but in this, I'd like to see in the 7% and the 38%, how many students are in those districts and what percentage that is of the total students that are involved. I think it might, at least for me, it'd be a little bit more helpful to see that number. See whether it's the 7% is more than 7% of the students in the state.
Here, I think we can pull for you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I knew she could do it.
Yeah.
All right. I apologize that we're interrupting you so much. It's rich data.
This is great. Like this is what this time is for.
It's a rich topic, so
Yeah.
thank you for your patience as we try to get through it.
Love it, love
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about participation. I had mentioned before, last year we did not apply the decrease due to participation. We did this year. You'll notice in comparison then to 2019, there is an increase at the district level. So let me redefine this because I know our participations are a little complicated. So we've tried to reformat this year so it's a little bit easier to follow. So when we're talking about decrease due to participation, we're talking about accountability participation. That's where we take the parent excusals, remove them from the denominator and the numerator so they are not included. When we look at that, if there are below 95% participation in 2 content areas right now, it would be math, because we don't have science in there this year, then they get decreased 1 plan type. So we are seeing the impact of participation here. The one in orange below is total participation. We like to provide that figure. That is just for informational purposes. It did not impact the rating assignments, but it's really helpful when you're looking at the data and interpreting the data to just get a sense of how many students actually were participating when you don't even consider the parent. So you can look at that over time. So you can see that this is going to be the overriding theme. We're doing better than 2022, but not as well as pre-pandemic. Even on the total participation. Yeah. Okay.
Question. Oh, yes, Board Member Plomer.
So you take out the parent excusals, but are you also tracking if that number's going up? Like, is that being watched to understand if there are trends in that area?
Absolutely. As I mentioned, our school improvement team is out there. We've got a lot of consultants out there working with districts trying to get a better understanding of what's going on and trying to get the story behind this. And this is anecdotal, so I can't give you a scientific response on this. But what it sounds like to me is a lot of this is still issues with coding at the PSAT, SAT test, and just with smaller systems not knowing how to code for the parent excusals or students that are withdrawn. So we're trying to get on that because that doesn't feel very good to then reduce their plan type for coding issues at the administrative level. So we implemented a lot of supports and training last year. I think we're going to try and do the same thing this year because we want people to have the fairest chance at a rating that they have. That is something we are absolutely keeping an eye on. Okay, let's go ahead and move to the districts that are on Performance Watch. So to remind you, when we talk about Performance Watch, we're talking about schools and districts that are on priority improvement turnarounds. You'll also notice that in this graphic, we pull out and acknowledge that we've got sites that are at like year 5 and beyond, and they have a state board directed action. You work more closely with those systems We've got more than those. They are on year 1, year 2, et cetera. We also have a subsection of schools and districts that are in performance or in improvement, but because they are on the clock for at least 2 years, they are considered to be on watch. They're still eligible for support, so we don't want to just take those away. So that's just an extra year to continue providing. So just to re-ground you in that, in all that language. I'm not going to go into all the detail on this. It's just a reference slide, but this gives you a sense of the criteria for each of those, the language that I just talked through, and then what it implies, the additional requirements, the grants they're eligible for, the extra supports. So that's all listed here for you. Okay, so when we break down for districts, their years on the clock. So the top line is all of the districts that are not on performance watch. They're on improvement, they are on performance, they're not on watch. That is the vast majority of our districts. So again, when we're talking performance watch, it's a real small subset of our districts. So you can see that we've only got one that's on watch. The biggest number, and probably your eye goes there, is year 1 on the clock. So we have a number of districts that are new to the clock. Just to let you know, as I look at the districts there, remember correctly, 7 of those were decreased due to participation. So they had points to earn an improvement rating, but because of the participation issue, they were decreased due to participation. And they were all smaller districts. So we're pushing in, we're working directly with those districts to see if it really is a coding issue, if it really was indeed so while that 10% looks large, I want to allay confidence that we're working with them and this is just another way to look at the ratings over time. So in comparison, so you've got 2019, so pre-pandemic, then 2022, last year. Again, I'm just going to keep caveating. Last year was a little bit weird, especially when we're talking about performance watch, because of those issues because of the way the statute was written, and we were not automatically advancing or exiting any of those districts. But then you'll see that role that those 10 districts play in really ramping up that blue part of the stack.
Dr. Escarcega?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My guess, based on this number and when I looked at who some of the districts were, it's not like they plummeted into low turnaround. They were districts that were on the border, that were on the top, that have slipped and could very well come back across in a year or two, post-pandemic, when kids start getting caught up more. Okay, that's what, thank you.
All right, so let's move on to schools. You'll see that it's following the same pattern as the district, so I think we can move through a little bit. But it's okay if you ask questions. So this first slide, you've got the listing. Again, this is just a good reference of the number of schools and then the percent of schools. Let's go ahead and move to then the distribution of plans over time. So really similar patterns to our districts. So you'll see that we still have a high incidence of insufficient state data at the bottom, but not as many as last year. So we're putting more schools into that group that we're able to assign plan types to. And again, the overriding theme is doing a little bit better than last year in some cases, more performance, more improvement, but not as good as pre-pandemic. And seeing an increase in the priority improvement plan. Again, anything I'm saying is speculation. We're still wrapping our arms around why are we seeing this increase, but I think we have some pretty good theories that we've even started to tackle when in talking about the districts. So for participation, again, seeing similar to districts, we're seeing an increase in 2023 in comparison to 2019. Again, it's mainly at the high school level, and I think it's some issues around the PSAT, SAT coding. So again, we'll be investing more work. We're working with our assessment office, and we'll continue to focus there. But this at least lays out for you those numbers, those percentages. Then when we move to Performance Watch, similar to districts, again, the vast majority are not on Performance Watch. 87% are not identified on our system. As I break it down by years, you'll see that we're moving to the next slide. So this is not everything, but we have a subsection of schools on watch. Those are celebrations. They are showing advancement despite all the disruptions. When we come back in December, we'll do a little bit more of the calling them out, celebrating. We want to go through the request to reconsider process before we do too much, because we know we'll get more kind of rising up as well. More to come there. When we break it down then by the number and percent of schools on the clock, you'll see not a lot in the other areas aside from year one again. Similar to districts, seeing that pattern. I wouldn't say this is all due to participation. I think again, we had schools that were on the cusp and they have fallen in for different reasons. That is a large number of schools, 157 at year one. That is a little daunting to look at, but again, as we look historically over time, over 60% of schools that tend to be on year one exit within a year, additional supports, additional attention from their district. So we're feeling confident that we'll keep kind of nibbling away at those numbers. Increase. And then here you get the stacked chart, just like with the districts. So overall, you'll see that we have fewer than in comparison to last year. It's still kind of a weird comparison, just given all the uniquenesses to last year's, though. But just trying to give you a little context.
One more question, Dr. Skarsica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you put this on your list of things? Can you, for the schools that are in the different, can we see by elementary, middle, and high school? Because I know when I'm looking at the ones far along the clock, there are a lot of high schools. And elementaries are the ones that bounce. So can we see that? Thank you.
And we will have a lot more disaggregations when we give you the final presentation in December, but we are happy to do that with this preliminary data. Yep.
And I apologize, I'm trying to remember where I read about the jump in chronic absenteeism. I know that may seem like it's slightly off topic, but as it might relate to some of the results that we see at the high school level, particularly as that might eventually relate to graduation rate, it might be interesting to get a little bit of insight as to why we saw that jump and why that number was. I was surprised at how high that was. And I'm trying to remember if I saw that in our packet or in a media report, but
In our packet.
okay, thank you very much. That's where I saw it then. But it'll be helpful maybe if we can if there are insights that you have to offer or to share about how we landed at such a high rate and how that impacts what we see in terms of eventual framework assignments, that will be helpful. Thanks.
Madam Chair, I will promise you we will not have that ready for you tomorrow.
Oh, no worry. No, I wouldn't do that to you. Just, when I read that, it popped into my mind, like, we need to put a pin in that and maybe take a look at that later. It might be an anomaly coming out of the pandemic, or it might be something that we can dig into a little bit, but if that helps to inform our ability to meet our mission, then it might be worth exploration at a future date. Thanks.
Happy to dig in further. All right, so I think we can just move on then to some next steps and some resources. I've kind of talked to you a little bit about this, referencing that theory of action, that yellow box on the implementation. This is where we really roll up our sleeves. We are out there, as I mentioned, working directly with schools and districts, looking at their data and really trying to connect them with even more intensive supports that they need. But schools and districts are also working really hard, and I just don't want that to get lost as we get really focused on these numbers and ratings, that schools are taking this seriously and really digging in about their own next steps as we speak. Okay, so just as a reminder, this all kicked off the request to reconsider process. For those of you that are not as familiar, this is where districts can engage in this process if they feel like the rating assigned doesn't quite describe student performance. And so there are a rigorous set of policies that we've developed to take a look, and in some cases look at local data, extenuating circumstances, what you may have. So this is why we refer to these as preliminary frameworks. We will bring our recommendations on these requests later this fall to look for your approval on this, and then that will enable us to finalize frameworks at that point. So more work for us and for you on that front. And then just laying out the timeline for you. I don't need to go into a lot of detail. I will highlight, since I already mentioned this, we are working with you now on just giving you a sense of the preliminary frameworks, but you're going to see us in front of you throughout the fall as we start to plan for next year. No rest for the weary. We need to start getting ready for next year, and so there's a lot of conversation that we'll be having with you there. But then by November, December, we'll be finalizing these and as well from the 2023 frameworks. With that, I also always like to make a plug. We have a lot of really wonderful publicly available reports out there. If you ever want to have a one-on-one, we are happy to work with you on how to dig in and look more deeply at some of the data. We have really tried to have some, what I would say level 1 reports, so just for your average person in the public to then be able to dig in deeper, so that if you're a more knowledgeable user, you're able to look really deeply at growth, et cetera. We have also listened to the field for our small systems that just don't have enough reportable data and have password protected some of the same reports for them, so they can at least look down to an N of 1, and that's been a really important step for them as well. So,
Excellent.
a little promo there.
Thank you very much. All right, and with that, even though we have already peppered you with questions,
Yes.
I'm betting there will be more questions and discussion. Board Member Solis.
So I don't have a question. I appreciate that we're doing this deep dive and really looking at this data. I'm disheartened that there's a disconnect, I think, with parents and that participation of what really happens. I don't think they get to hear you talk about, you know, yes, when this happens, then we kind of think about, you know, what supports or what grants can we, you know, partner with this district. And I mean, even the terminology, I mean, you have, you know, accountability, but it's really accountability / support. And so even as we're doing these deep dives, I think we even need to look at the verbiage of how we even talk about this process. You know, as a school board member, I definitely understand at a local level how important some of this information is. And bottom line, it's not going to go away. Legislators are never going to let accountability go away, which is a good thing. But we can have the discussion of how much that impacts, and are we getting a true view when you have a lot of people not even participating in the process. So I'm hoping we can start having some conversations of how do we change the verbiage, because it sounds so punitive, which I think that was a huge complaint from districts and from parents. You know, they take that very personal with their kiddo, and it sounds punitive. And so if there's a way to also change the conversation, come up with some, you know, yes, it's accountability, but we're really trying to figure out how do we support districts before they get too far where it, you know, it takes even more. And I think locally, we have our own measurements. Locally, we have, you know, what we're tracking to make sure that we're, you know, at pace and where we should be. But it's also nice to have an outside lens to say, you know, hey, school board, this is kind of the trend that we're seeing across the state. These are how you kind of compare it. This is, you know, something to pay attention to. We have supports at CDE if you have any questions. So just more of this partnership, which I think this is kind of, you know, developed into, which I'm happy about that. But those conversations don't happen with parents. You know, community doesn't understand that. And so I think we need to do a better job at really communicating what we're really doing with this data. Yes, we heard you. It needs to be less punitive, and we are here for support and really having that conversation. It is hard when people don't participate, and I don't think they really fully understand the impact of that as a school and then as a district. So any work that we can do to, yes, it's accountability, but it's really about support. Yes, it's about, making sure that we're paying attention to where districts are, but anytime you say watch, or anytime you say clock, those are really intense words. And so I think, if we could really figure out some words that it's, yes, we're doing accountability, but it's really to figure out how we support districts to make sure that they're successful and that kids are getting, the education that they deserve. So anything we can do about that would be greatly appreciated.
Oh my gosh, I cannot agree more. Board Member Solis, you took the words right out of my mouth. And one of the ways that I have been saying this is we have limited resources at the state level too. And here is the way that I have tried to shift the conversation by saying we have limited resources to support by coming alongside and helping schools and districts where kids need that help the most. So, and then one of the other, if I may take a small point of privilege, one of the other things that I keep adding is, I know sometimes that folks have a difficult time when socioeconomic indicators can sometimes be predictive of the results that we see. It isn't that these measures are somehow unsuccessful simply because we're seeing inequity where other inequities exist. It's not that that's making our eyebrows go up to the ceiling. It's not the hugest surprise. These assessments tell us the truth of where we stand, so we can help to do something about it where we can do the most good, even when sometimes we do see that alignment and correlation with need going with academic need as well. So that's the other thing I'm trying to get better about communicating, and that it's not a gotcha or a ding or a punishment. It's how we figure out how we can do the most good with limited resources so that schools and districts that can benefit the most from some help and support are not out there on their own. We're here to support. So I hope we can continue that conversation around language that helps make clear that these resources are deserved and necessary if we really want to do something to improve equity, which is one of our most important charges with the state board and with the department. So I know Dr. Skarzica and then Dr. Schroeder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do think, I agree, obviously, with my colleagues, and it is language-based. When you read the statute, and when you read what comes to districts, and when I'm explaining to administrators, it's all you shall, you must, you will. It isn't the sounding as much as people want to make it say as we're just really here for support. That idea of being a regulatory agency and a support agency, they're both there. You can't pretend the regulatory piece is not there, right? So there's only so much we can do, right? I just had a couple questions. One, when are the, and I saw the dates, I just don't have them memorized. When is the reconsiderations? When will we know who got those? December, but when are they due?
Yes. So we are working with districts on indicating their intent by the 22nd, which is next week. And then we are working with those districts that have expressed interest in submitting requests to reconsider. Those are due by October 16th, I want to say. And then we will review them, and then we will work with the commissioner, and then we will provide a recommendation to you at the December meeting for those that are participating in that process.
That was November, so they're due, you'll have a final, what's a date? I mean, give me a date, what is it?
So they're due October, mid-October, October 16th.
Okay, all right,
That's pretty sure
when
that's
they're
the
due
date.
to you.
And then, but we need time to review them. And then, so then we will bring our recommendations to you by the December meeting. So you'll have those materials in advance of the December meeting.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is around AECs. And when will those be done?
Madam Chair. I love that you asked that question. We just released those to districts. We'll be sharing the results publicly tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, all right.
That's about 94 schools that were not included in today's.
Thank you. And then, do we have any AECs that are school districts? There are no districts? Are there districts that are AECs, school districts?
Yes.
Yes.
So when you're saying AECs that are districts, you're meaning that it's like a BOCES operating a school and that is their own?
No, I mean a school district.
Where a school is a district?
Yeah.
Can you maybe give an example of what you're talking about?
Nope. Because if there isn't one, then there isn't one. I don't know an example. I don't know, like Agate, if the school was a AEC, the district, is there a district designation for AEC? Maybe that was my question.
Oh.
Madam Chair, no. However, we do have some allowances and requests to reconsider that where they kind of treat them a little bit differently. For example, we have some BOCES that only operate AECs. So we have some ways to adjust calculations since the district calculations are done differently. Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, but that answers my question. I think it does. And then the last thing is, could you send out to the whole board, it doesn't matter, you just saved me a trip here, the definition of what it takes to be an AEC? And I'm sure we'll get that in a presentation, but there's requirements. There's a little bit of,
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
So, Madam Chair, so it sounds like you would
Search
like to
form.
have a little write-up on that by tomorrow.
No, not by tomorrow. I'm sorry, no, whenever. No
Sure.
hurry.
I think we could,
Yeah.
yes, we will get you a definition, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Dr. Skarziga. Dr. Schroeder, and then it looks like there's a follow-up for Board Member Solis, and then Dr. Esser, and then Board Member Plomer and Durham. Let me write that down, or I'm
We'll
going to
be here
lose
for a
track. Yeah.
I'm not sure we're emphasizing as much the value of participation in assessments for the families, for the parents. We just don't talk about how much information that they have available to them so that there are not surprises. And there are surprises when the kids don't participate in this, ultimately. And having been on a board, hearing from families whose kids have just started college, and then they go back and look at some of this stuff and discover, oh, I should have been helping my kid get the extra help in language arts or in math, that kind of stuff. We don't have any kind of what I would call a campaign to talk about participation. I recognize that there are reasons that parents might opt their students out of an assessment, but they are nowhere at the level of what we see. It's just way too much to make any kind of sense. It means it's not valued, or worse than that, it's something that frightens folks because of potential punitive perceptions. If we can't solve two problems, one participation and two attendance, we can just keep sitting up here trying to do all sorts of things, but those are just two biggies. From my point of view.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Schroeder. Board Member Solis, and then Dr. Esser.
So it's amazing how many times I reflect on my CASA experience and just that system. That system was very punitive and it was very scary. And if, services got called on you as a parent, there were punitive things, they took your kids away. And what we learned is that's not helpful to kids. When we go this punitive way, and yes, we have this authority, yes, it's in, law, and we have some discretion here to really pay attention to kids. And what happened in that system is we found out being punitive and taking kids away was not helping kids. And so what has shifted in that system, even though all the ability to do all of this is still there, what has shifted is we're going to help families. If they need some extra counseling, if they need some parenting classes, if they need some, other supports that we can bring in to help this family stay intact, that is really the best for this child. So there is that level of accountability, but then there's this support that has come in that has really made the shift, which I actually think is very similar here. It's the kids that pay. When, we are punitive and only look at it from that lens and, bring down the hammer, it's these kids and that community that pay the price. So if there's any way to start really having these conversations of talking about, we have systems that we've learned from. We do want to be helpful. Maybe it started out like this, but we've recognized that we want all kids to succeed, and in order to do that, we need to know where they are, and we need to know what extra support they have. We know that districts can't do it alone, communities sometimes can't do it alone, so we're here to help in any way that we can, whether it's a grant, whether it's, working in partnerships with an outside, agency that comes in. All of these are options to make sure that you get back on track. So that's kind of where my analogy comes from. It's kids at the end of the day and students, and that's what my concern is.
Thank you, Board Member Solis. Dr. Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And could you explain what ACC is? Aurora Community College?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Alternative Education Campuses.
Okay, and I knew that. Thank you.
And so they do have some differences in the way we calculate their frameworks, and I believe that's why
Okay,
asking you
got
about the
it.
criteria.
Got it. And a couple of questions. Do we, and I worked with the accountability group and Joyce Sikowski, learning how the test is created and how careful we are with that. Do we compare our standards and our measure of the standards with other states?
Yes.
Hard question to answer. I would say technically, no. We do our best, and this is where I would want to look to my colleague, Kowski, on how our assessments are compared using things like or level set. That's probably a good question or a good conversation to have with some other folks at the table.
Okay, okay. And NAEP is higher. Our scores on NAEP are higher than CMAS, so it causes me to have some extra questions. And the frameworks have not been made public per school, is that correct?
Madam Chair? Yes. They are, the plan types are public.
Okay.
And all the data, so all the achievement data, the growth data, matriculation, that is all public.
Okay.
But like the PDF reports that people are used to, those will be available in December once we finalize request to reconsider.
So they don't know who's,
So the districts have it, we just
Okay.
haven't released it.
but the public doesn't have it?
No, but they have access to the preliminary plan types.
Okay. Because when I look at the performance frameworks that we were sent, if you look at the 5 schools at the bottom, they are truly the lowest, they have the lowest share of local funding because of mill levies and what they can possibly bring in for mill levies. When you look at the top, I mean, those are some classy rooftops that have mill levies on top of them. So it does make me wonder why we don't address, or at least make it clear to the public, why it looks the way it looks. I mean, once you do a simple sort, you go, that makes perfect sense. Then if you add the mill levy and what that adds to the local funding, it's shocking. It is truly shocking. And if you want your kid to have a great education, go to one of the ski resorts. They're in the top. I mean, whether it's a Steamboat or an Aspen or a Telluride, they're at the top because those are your highest incomes in the state, and their kids perform accordingly. So I think it's an unfair comparison in many ways. Not that I'm against accountability. And the other thing I think people don't realize is kids self-select not to take part in the test by writing, and this is only because I proctored that damn test for years, you will get the smartest kid in the class, and on every single constructed response, the sweet little boy will write IDK. I don't know. On every single response. And the one that made me the maddest was the assistant principal's child. Wrote that on every single response. And you can do nothing about that as a teacher. Nothing. And they self-select out. So there is that as well. And I think you have to pull all this together so the public understands that it's not a simple, you take a test and this is how the kids perform in this district and that school. It's not that simple. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Esser. Board Member Plomer.
Thank you. So I wanted to go back, on slide 5, you talked about what you do with the different performance levels. And the last bullet is identify those districts and schools whose students are the highest performing based on academic achievement, and then recognize them and learn from their practices. And I guess what I'm wondering is, how are we learning from their practices? And it kind of relates to Dr. Esser's comments. And what about practices that was related to available resources, and what's related to what you can do no matter where your funding level is? Because, you know, I've been to presentations and they'll have a bright spot, and then you'll see what they have at their school. And people in the audience are like, well, I should just leave now because I can't do that with the resources I have. So that's great that you've got this growth, but in my district, that is not possible, or I would need to do X. And I think where I'm trying to go with different discussions with different people, and as we talk about our accountability task force, our school funding task force, is what do we as Coloradans believe every child deserves? And if we're going to offer that, then we have to know how much it costs, and then we have to advocate for that. And it's not okay that we have this inequity. It's existed for years. Our accountability results continually show the same things. The audit showed, yeah, if you have exposure to advanced placement classes, your kids are going to do better. Well, that isn't, I mean, of course, more opportunity means better results. And if you're in a rural school districts where people can't find an English teacher, what are we expecting to happen? And how do we, so I guess I want to use the accountability system to do the deep dive. We ask districts on their UIPs to do root cause analysis. Why? I haven't seen a root cause analysis on participation, on why, and it can get to some of those issues about our students, how do they feel about this test? My kids, by the end, they took it because I insisted. They didn't care, because it didn't actually impact where they would be placed in high school. They were tired of it. And again, that's a small n, but we're multiplying that by states, and we are using this data to direct resources and to make judgments on how schools are doing. So again, if we can be supportive, but it does, with that regulatory power we have impact. And if we're not finding out why our parents don't care if their kids take the test, or our kids don't care how they do on the test, then we're gonna not take advantage. We have a committee now looking at accountability. What do kids care about? What do parents care about? If they aren't invested, how do we get them invested? And how are we learning from those districts and schools, not even in the highest accreditation, but the highest growth? Like, what are they doing? And how do we, and I think Dr. Scheffel mentioned, how do we get to those highest, where you know, and again, that can vary by school, and what are the resources that it takes? Like, we're constantly doing grants because we see shortcomings, right? Like, that's a natural reaction to seeing a shortcoming is to say, oh, here's the Band-Aid for that problem, here's the Band-Aid for that problem. But we're not looking at the Band-Aid of, overall, our schools aren't adequately funded. And now we're losing teachers because they can't afford to live where they teach. And as the regulatory organization and CDE, what are we saying about, here's what we think each school and every student in Colorado deserves, and providing that as a best practice. So, speech over, but how are we using what we're learning from those top performing schools to help others?
Yes. That is a great series of questions, and I feel like I could spend all day having a conversation with you about it. I do want to make a couple points. One is districts and schools are working really hard to look at their state and local data right now. We are seeing it, and I feel like this is not all on the state to fix, so I do want to say that. What resources we do have, we really do put towards support, I think, that, and we see the impact that it can have. That is anecdotally in single sites. I think what you're talking about is how do you scale that up? And I will be honest, we have not mastered that. I think we've got some promising practices and some ways of doing things, some promising systems, but you're right, resource is an issue. And we have not kind of cracked the scaling nut. We, as the department, are engaging in some of those root cause discussions and looking at things like what are sites identifying in their UIPs for what they want to focus on. So we are using that data to guide our practice, but we can always get better, and there's a lot of work still to always be done. So I just wanted to at least lay a little bit out there. We can have more conversation, but I think those are some very good, meaty questions.
Thank you, Board Member Plummer. Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's probably no surprise I'd like to disagree with a fair amount of what's been said, but I'd like to start by requesting from Jennifer Oakes, and I know she's not here at the moment, but I think she can put together in relatively short order a ranking of school districts, amount spent per pupil from highest to lowest that includes federal, state, and local share, and just add those up and give us 1 to 181 or 178. I'd like to have that tomorrow if I can have it, or for the next board meeting. I think and that will include categorical money like small attendance centers and that sort of thing. And I think that you might be surprised by what that data is actually going to show, but I'd like to see it. I haven't looked at it in a few years. But otherwise, I'd like to say that I don't think you can improve a system unless the consumers of the system, which in this case is the parents, have some reasonable understanding of exactly how their student is performing, how their school is performing, how their district is performing. And all of that means relative to other students, other schools, and other districts, and in our case, other states. And the idea that the language we're using is too harsh, I would take great umbrage with. I think the language we're using when we use these frameworks is ununderstandable. The average parent would understand A, B, C, D, and F, but you tell me what these various ratings meaning accredited with distinction, they really have no real meaningful context. And we're not going to have, in my judgment, any significant improvement in overall results of education until the average parent who has the average student in the average school understands that 60% of those kids in that classroom don't read at grade level. And if they don't understand that, there's not going to be any significant clamoring for improvement. And the only way you get improvement is to identify that you have a problem. And I don't think, if you go poll the average parent out there, say, how's your school district? They're all saying, well, gee, not bad, everything's okay. Mary loves her teacher, so it must be good. Well, if 60% of the kids in Mary's classroom don't read at grade level, it's not good, and I don't care what kind of language you apply to it, doesn't matter. It's a little bit like the football analogy. Last year, CU went 1-11. Their program failed. Their coach failed. their program failed. They made some changes. We'll see if they can win more than 2 games, but at least they've already doubled last year's performance. So until you recognize you have a problem and are willing to do something about it, willing to do something meaningful about it, expect the problem to persist. I've been here for almost 10 years. We've made no significant progress in improving the number of kids that read at grade level in 10 years. Well, it's because nothing's changed. The system hasn't changed. And we can talk about the system being underfunded, although I think the data that you'll see when you see the per pupil funding, state level and local, even if it doesn't include the all-in number of capital expenditures and other things, will be somewhat surprising, because when you look at that number and multiply it times 20 kids in a classroom, there's about between 3 and 4 times as much money as the average teacher's making. So there's a little leakage in this system someplace. And I would submit that education's not underfunded. We may not be spending the money very well, but that's one of the things nobody ever wants to look at. Well, should we really have this many administrators? Should we really be providing this level of mental health support as opposed to classroom instruction? We're not having any of those meaningful discussions about how to allocate resources to solve problems. So, and I think the worst thing we can do is, well, let's not use harsh language. Let's sugarcoat what's really going on. And you can't overcome the fact that a 1-in-11 record is a 1-in-11 record, and that's failure. So if we're not educating, if we're not getting more than 60% of our kids, or more than 40% of our kids to read at grade level, we have a lot of work to do. And part of that work, I would submit, is a total reallocation of resources to the elementary level to solve that problem in grades K through 6, and then see how well those kids do at other grades. But until we make some of those really hard decisions, we can keep nibbling around the edges, and we can use kinder language. Kinder language isn't going to get it done. And I would also like to know, I've heard several people have mentioned our great regulatory power. I've missed it. Do we have some regulatory power I missed somewhere, like we can make school districts do something? No, it beats me. But the only good thing I can see about this is we do allocate resources to try and help districts that need help. And we've done, at least according to the last independent analysis, we've done a pretty good job at reallocating resources and getting schools off the clock. So, we had one notable failure, but by and large, we've been successful at that. Where we failed is we haven't been able to get it to the next level where 60% of the kids are reading at grade level instead of 60% of the kids not reading at grade level. And that's going to be the bottom line measure of success as far as I'm concerned. And I'm okay with calling it failure, because that's what it is. We need to do a lot better. And in order to do better, to think we can keep doing what we're doing is, I promise you we can all be sitting here. I can make this same speech 10 years from now, although fortunately I won't be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. I will just add, and then I'll pivot to you, Dr. Skarziga, but I do appreciate that you brought up the fact that Colorado has been relatively successful in some of our Turner programs in places like Greeley-Evans, Pueblo 60, and I'm so excited that we're going to have a chance to have eyes on Bill Metz Elementary when we go to Alamosa next month. So I really appreciate you bringing that up, and I think one thing that we can do to help people understand part of why we do this is maybe doing more as board members to continue to communicate those successes that our department has worked hard to help districts and schools achieve. And I think that we can step up our efforts in that regard so that people can see the good news of what happens when we have that clear data, and we have a data-driven system that allows us to then apply limited resources on the state level to do the most good that we can where it's needed the most, and where we've been successful in achieving good results and outcomes for kids there. I think it's essential that we do a great job of communicating that, because I think stakeholders will really appreciate hearing that. So, Dr. Skarziga.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just jumped right on that because I just want to be clear to the people that listen. 99.9999% of the work has been done in the classroom and at the school, not by this board, and not by the Department of Ed. So let's give credit to the hard work boards too. We all have done a lot, but and the other thing, I would say to the Fred would hear that
hear anything.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear
I know, I'm sorry, my mic was off.
Mine doesn't work, so.
you.
We'll get together.
Start from the beginning.
Oh, no. Good point. And on all sides, I've heard folks say,
I was here yesterday and they said,
we have to change. Ooh, I like this,
it's okay.
right? I continue to hear that. This system we have is working. This accountability system is working great. We have failure, 10 years. Maybe both are true. I don't know, but just thank you for everybody's points. I think they're all valid. But I do want to give credit to the work that's done in the classroom every day. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Skarska. Mr. Durham?
Yeah, I think I would observe, I don't think the accountability system has failed. I mean, it has identified, I think reasonably well, performance of students relative to other students, schools relative to other schools. Where we have not made significant progress is taking, not the very bottom that we have been able to help get off the clock and move up, but taking that large group, probably the middle 2/3 of our students, and trying to really make dramatic improvements in their outcomes. And that's not a failure of accountability, that's a failure somewhere within the system. Because we've identified the problem, we just haven't found a solution or been willing to implement a solution.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. Board Member Solis?
So I appreciate Board Member Escarza's comment about people doing this in the classroom. And as someone who's actually sat on a local board and has been part of a community turnaround around our district, it really was community-driven. It wasn't CDE. It was us as a community saying, we have got to do something different, and this district matters to us. And there was some financial difference. We passed an MLO, our first ever, which highly impacted the work that we could do within our buildings. It depends on who your school board is. The school board before wasn't able to pass an MLO. The board that got elected, we ended up doing that. We ended up doing deep work and communication with our district and turned that around to the point that we had full community buy-in and that we all felt a responsibility whether that district failed or whether it was successful, and created so many pathways now and opportunities for all kids in our district. And it would be great to just focus on elementary, but let me tell you what happened in Greeley-Evans. We got this huge influx of refugees that started in middle and high school. These were kiddos that had never even been in a classroom before or came from a refugee camp and were on their second migration, didn't have any financial support. So it was on us to figure out extra opportunity to get them where they needed to be. So it does matter when you look at the zip code, when you look at what that student makeup is, have you passed an MLO or have you not, whether you've passed a bond, whether there's air conditioning, all of these things are interconnected as to whether we are moving kids. And it's all kids. It's not just this group over here, and it's not just this, gifted and talented. It is kids with multilingual families. It is kids that do come from a refugee camp. And we still have a lot of migrant workers. So these are kids that come in and out depending on what's growing across the nation, because that's what their family does. So I appreciate these deep conversations about who are these communities, because comparing them, it's not apples to apples. My community is very different than Vail. Our workforce is very different than, other communities. And so I do think it's a bigger, broader conversation. And I would like to see us do some of the work that we did on supporting communities and really connecting those dots of, it's your board, it's your superintendent, it's if your community has bought in, it's your chamber, it's, how many connections to business leaders you have. Are you connecting to, colleges that are around your campuses? What kind of programs have you created just within your district? There's so many aspects of this, which is why I keep saying there isn't a silver bullet. There are multiple supports, that we do to try and get kids to move where they need to move, which I appreciate that growth conversation. And how have you done that in your community? Because I think those conversations are important. But for us, that mill levy, that was huge. So money does impact things, and it especially from a local level. And it's not just financial buy-in, it's community buy-in. And so I think this is a data point of a district, but it's not the whole story. And I think that's what we keep talking about and making sure that we get across.
Thank you, Board Member Solis. Board members, any other questions for our presenters? Thank you
I have a
so.
question.
Oh, Board Member Varela, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, because I have kids in school, and I have a high schooler right now, and I let him opt out. I think we opted out a couple last year because he didn't want to test, and I was okay with that, because I don't understand why they're testing in the beginning of the year with NWEA or STAR, then they're doing iReady, then they're CMAS, and then when I go and tour districts and I'm talking to some of the districts, they're telling me that their NWEA or their other data is right there the moment they need it, and it's giving them what they want. And then by the time we're giving them the data from our frameworks, it's a year later or it's too late. And I'll kind of differ a little bit on some of my colleagues, is because I don't think it's so much economics that has to do with how the kids or the schools are going to be successful. I believe it's a priority. In that district, is it a priority for those families that actually take a test? Does it matter to them? And these are questions I have, because when I look at it is, I mean, we have inundated so much testing to where do we even have innovation in the classroom anymore? What are we teaching to? Even though we say we're not teaching to the test, I feel like every school I visit, every district I'm in, that's all I hear about, is how they need to be successful for next year. When are we gonna actually stop and look at this system and say, is this system, yes, is accountability, do we need it? Of course. But is the current accountability system we're using working? Is it successful? And I don't think we have asked those questions. I mean, I get it when we say that Aspen does really well, or Vail's doing really well, or we see these districts like Pueblo or Greeley that have turned around, and then there's other districts that just haven't turned around. And I feel like we keep throwing more money at these districts to grow bureaucracy, create more government in the district or the system, or we're creating more FTEs at CDE when we're not actually looking at, does this system work? Is it successful? And I think those are questions we have to start asking ourselves. I mean, I feel like we argue with each other, or we make points to one another about, well, on this, then we need to change the verbiage. We shouldn't say that you're failing or you're passing. We should say that, you know, you need improvement or don't. I mean, at the end of the day, this argument's probably been going on a lot longer than I've been on this board, and a lot longer than some of you guys have been on the board. But really, is the system working? That's the question. Are any of us talking to the teachers? You know, I think about it when we're going around, we're talking to administrators after administrators, but is anybody in the classroom asking the teachers what works best? Is our CMAS testing actually showing, or do you believe it is reflective of what you're teaching? I bet you we won't hear that, just like with the, and I know a lot of you guys are big fans of the READ Act. Is that even successful? We have all these extra requirements in the classroom. Every year we come up with something new. We say, oh, your district's failing, we're gonna give you another grant, we're gonna send somebody down to your district, we're gonna create more jobs, and then we get down there and we still have the same number. How do we create change? I feel like we're not creating any change. We as a group are just talking about the same thing. We're in an echo chamber. I don't know, that's my personal point of view on it as a parent who has kids in school. When my son says, Dad, I'm testing at the beginning of the year, I'm testing in the middle of the year, I'm testing at the end of the year, I'm just exhausted. And for a kid to say that, I mean, I think we're missing that. That's just my point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Varela. Any last remarks or questions, board members? Thank you very much. This was obviously a very rich topic for us, and we appreciate your good presentation and your patience with all of our many questions.
Thank you.
All right, board members, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, not a lot, but it occurs to me that we could dispense with 1 or 2 board reports if anyone would like to go a little early. And I'm looking around and I'm not seeing a lot of excitement for that. Maybe I'll get my own board report out of the way. So I've been meeting with lots of stakeholders, and as you all know, I'm serving on the 1241 task force, and we had our first convening on August 24th, and we'll have another on September 26th. I also had the pleasure of going with the commissioner to meet with some leadership in CASE at the Mapleton School District offices. And that was a really good discussion about challenges and opportunities that exist. So that was a good visit that we had. Very recently, I had the pleasure of celebrating the newly installed president of Adams State University. And he shared with us some really interesting facts. If my memory is serving me correctly, I believe he mentioned that approximately 73% of teachers in the San Luis Valley are Adams State University alums, and they are doing some innovative things to help increase teacher recruitment, including reaching out at the high school level to give high school level aspiring teachers some exposure and training in the profession. And then he kind of touched on the differences with respect to retention when they are dealing with a teacher who is from the San Luis Valley and has ties to the Valley versus those who come in from outside the Valley, which kind of underscores the importance of that institution within that area. So it was a really interesting event, being able to get to know Dr. David Tandberg and learn a little bit more about Adams State University. So that was, and I'm really excited that our board meeting will be in Alamosa in October because we'll be right in the heart of the San Luis Valley. So that'll be interesting, and I'm excited to see Bill Metz Elementary while we're down there. Trying to see if there's anything else I really need to mention about the last month since our last report. There is one more item, and I kind of want to throw this out for board members to chew on and kind of think about. We still have to put the finishing touches on our boardroom, and we have things in the closet that used to hang on the walls of our boardroom. And I know that Dr. Schroeder put an awful lot of her heart and soul into making sure that our boardroom looks nice and is comfortable for us and will serve us for a long period of time. And I think it would be really helpful to have a couple of volunteers from the board who might like to work on a finishing touches committee to help decide what do we take out of the closet and put back on the walls, and how do we balance that with our art in public spaces requirements. So if there's someone who's chomping at the bit and really wants to volunteer for that, I would take names now. And if you want to think about it for a little while, you can do that too. It might be really nice to have a bipartisan committee. I was thinking about maybe a couple of people, but if we have 3 or 4 who want to participate, that's okay too. And I'm not seeing people jumping up and down, chomping at the bit, so I'm gonna let you kind of sit with that.
I'll volunteer in part because I'm so close that I can come down and take a look, and it's very easy for me. So I'll be a part of
Fantastic.
it, but I'm seeing 2 walls, by the way. The rest are all occupied with soundproofing or corking or something, so this
Yeah.
should be a pretty easy.
There's a picture, there's
Last
a
words, Dr. Escarcega.
There's a lobby thing, there's a lot of spaces to do.
And did I understand that you might like to serve on that, Dr. Schroeder? That would be great. All right, okay, and with that, I might conclude my board report. Is there anyone else who'd like to get their board report out of the way before we start looking toward lunch?
It's lunch.
I think it's only 2 minutes away, so I'm going to go ahead and call it.
Okay.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch and an executive session. And then, Ms. Maramba, do you have some items that you need to read before we entertain a motion for an executive session?
State Board will convene an executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to 24-6-4023A2 CRS. Specifically, the board will be advised by counsel regarding today's rulemaking, current litigation from Adams 14 and CEA, the Adams 14 accountability order, the litigation related to the universal preschool, and the litigation related to the universal preschool. The board will also discuss matters required to be kept confidential by federal law, rules, or state statute pursuant to 24-64023A3 CRS.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. For members of the public, we anticipate being back at approximately 1 p.m. Board members, do I have a motion to convene an executive session?
So moved.
Dr. Esser, and a second. Dr. Schroeder, is there any opposition? Seeing none, that motion passes. We will now go into executive lunch and executive session. Members of the public, we will be back at approximately 1 p.m.
It is now 1:21 PM on September 13th, 2023. Executive session, and we are back on the regular meeting record.
Next up on our agenda is a notice of rulemaking for the administration of the Exceptional Children's Educational Act, ECEA 1 CCR 301-8. Dr. Cobb, please go ahead.
I think we're in stereo over here, so hold on a second. We'll get that squared away.
I don't know what's.
There we go.
Okay.
We got it squared away. We're on.
I was monitoring the meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
We're on YouTube. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. We are here this afternoon alongside Dr. Paul Foster for a notice of rulemaking hearing for the Exceptional Children's Educational Act. You should have a copy of the memo presentation as well as a red line copy of the rules that are being noticed today. I'll turn it over to Dr. Foster, who will walk us through the presentation.
All right. Good morning or afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner. So the purpose of our request for the rulemaking hearing is to implement changes to 1 CCR 301-8 because of some, I guess, unintended consequences from HB 22-1295, which was, as you recall, 1295 is what created the Department of Early Childhood. So the proposed changes would allow for the per-child rate for preschool services paid by the Colorado Department of Early Childhood to a charter school to be used in the calculation of tuition costs that may be charged by a charter school for the provision of special education services. So let me try to just make that a little bit simpler. So charter schools can charge tuition costs to a child's administrative unit of residence for the provision of special education services. So what we have right now under the existing ECEA rules is that PPR that is generated by the student is used in the calculation of those tuition costs. So, but with the creation of the Department of Early Childhood, funding for 3- and 4-year-olds now flow through that department. And so the PPR that districts used to receive from CDE no longer exists. So the proposed change would just simply allow the per-child rate paid by the Department of Early Childhood to be used in place of the PPR that districts used to get from CDE when calculating tuition costs for special education services. So really all we're asking is that the board consider rules that would simply allow us to swap out the per-child rate paid by the Department of Early Childhood for the PPR that districts used to receive through CDE. So the rulemaking timeline, if you agree to move forward, obviously we're asking for you to notice the rulemaking today. In November would be the actual hearing, and then December of 2023 would be an additional meeting if necessary. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding our proposed rules. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Board members, questions, comments? Before we go for a vote to notice this hearing for November? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation. Ms. Maramba, will you please call the roll? Oh, wait, we need a motion. I'll entertain a motion.
I've got it.
Dr. Esser.
I move to approve the notice of rulemaking, rules for the administration of the Exceptional Children's Educational Act, ECEA 1 CCR 301-8.
That's a proper motion. Do we have a second? Dr. Schroeder seconds. Any further discussion or questions? All right, Ms. Maramba.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Thurston.
Yes?
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Plomer.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Board Member Solis.
Yes.
Board Member Varela. Board Member Varela. Can you hear me?
I'll say excused due to technical difficulties, and we'll try to get him back.
0-1 excused.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, the next item on our agenda is an update on progress monitoring of the Accountability Clock Board orders. Commissioner?
Thank you. I would at this point like to invite up to the table Lindsay Jekyll and I want to make sure I'm saying that correctly. And would also just like to acknowledge Dr. Hanford, supporting this team.
I think we're all set up. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner Cordova, and members of the board. We are so glad to be here with you this afternoon. My name is Lindsay Jekyll, and I'm the Executive Director of School and District Transformation, and I'm joined by Dr. Andy Swanson, our Director of Accountability Pathways. So we are here today for our regular progress monitoring updates of schools and districts with state board directed action. So during our time, could not get this.
Do you have trouble?
Having trouble again.
It's up on,
Okay, it's
Got it. All right. All right. Me and the clicker are gonna get acquainted here. So during our time together, we're gonna walk through our, sort of the reminders on the hearing process and review our progress monitoring process, touch base on our goals for progress monitoring, share some celebrations, as there are some celebrations in there, talk through updates on each of the sites with directed action, and we'll close out with a look ahead for what's on the horizon this coming year. So just a reminder on the accountability hearing process. As you know, when a district or school reaches year 5 on the accountability clock, the state board must direct action to the local board. An accountability hearing, the state board considers a variety of information in directing that action to the local board. Following that directed action, CDE supports districts in progress monitoring the implementation of their directed action. If a school or district earns an improvement or higher rating for 2 years, they fully exit Performance Watch and their state board order ends. If a school or district does not exit Performance Watch, the site is required to return to the board for a rehearing, at which point the board may direct that school to continue or modify their board order. And you'll hear us talk about rehearings as we go through our presentation today. So each school and district with a state board order is assigned a CDE staff member to support their progress along the way. These transformation support managers observe progress alongside the school and district leadership, and typically this happens through site visits that are multiple hours in length and include a discussion of implementation with the school and district leadership, observations of instruction, a review of local data, and a discussion of next steps. Our purpose in presenting this information to the state board is to facilitate communication, transparency, and provide regular updates in preparation for possible future decisions. As we shared in the spring, we have some core principles that we use with progress monitoring. CDE is responsible for providing the state board with updates on the progress of these sites. And we create a written record that can be referred to in future decisions should some be needed. So in your packet, you have a written report for each site that reflects a summary of progress from the 22-23 school year. So this presentation today is going to focus on the last school year. As we discuss in the spring, we include local assessments in progress monitoring with a belief that local assessments are used to provide an update on progress. And local data and progress monitoring is used to make real-time adjustments to a school's intervention plan and is not designed to supplant our state assessment results. So before I turn it over to Andy to talk through some updates on each site, we wanted to reground in the pathway options the state board may direct. We'll reference which of these actions each site is implementing as we give updates about our schools and districts. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Andy to set some context and share some reflections from progress monitoring.
Great, thank you, Lindsay. Madam Chair, Commissioner Cordova, members of the board, we wanted to first start with some statewide context and build off of the presentation that you had earlier today from Ms. Medler and Ms. Hutchton about some statewide context that we think is particularly important to keep in mind when it comes to some of our sites with state board directed action. There's a reminder that data pulled from our educator effectiveness team that did such a great job looking at some of the staffing challenges across the state, that there really were significant staffing issues with the lack of ability to hire candidates from open positions across teaching spheres, across specialized support staff, academic counseling, mental health support, and operational staff support. Our state board direction action schools were certainly not immune to these challenges, and in many cases were actually on the leading edge of some of these issues. A lot of these issues made it difficult across some of our sites for some of the plan implementation that they had planned across this last school year. Enrollment had declined slightly across statewide. We did see in different sites there was an increase or decrease in enrollment. It wasn't necessarily across the board for our sites with state board directed action. And regarding attendance, student attendance across the state decreased significantly, and our sites with state board directed action continued to have high chronic absenteeism overall. You will see in many sites' plans that you may have looked at in those reports that they have strategies that support increasing their student attendance, and as those are very major issues that they're all dealing with at this point in time. Before getting into the work across all of the sites, we do have some good celebrations from SPFs this year. There are 3 sites that have state board directed action that were able to achieve their second year of improvement or performance and completely exit Performance Watch and be off of state board directed action. Aguilar Junior Senior High and the district overall exited Performance Watch. Those of you that know Aguilar, it's about an hour south of Pueblo. It has about 120 students, and it's very exciting to see the long work in that environment really pay off for them. So congratulations to Superintendent Cowan and his team. Lindsay will talk later about they will be actually coming before you later on this year for the elementary school. Bill Metz Elementary School in Monte Vista not only improved to performance and was able to exit the Performance Watch, but won the Governor's Award last year for growth and followed up with very high growth again this year. As the Transformation Support Manager who gets a chance to work with Bill Metz, I'm excited for the board to have the opportunity to visit them in October. I think you're really going to enjoy seeing the work that they've done on the ground and be able to observe what's happened in classrooms. Students, staff, leadership are really doing some amazing work down there. So congratulations to Principal Futrell and that entire staff on their work. And finally, Central High School in Pueblo also was able to exit Performance Watch this year. As many of you know, one of the toughest feats in school transformation is to be able to get a large comprehensive high school to improvement or performance. And so Central and Pueblo being able to do that for 2 years now and be able to exit Performance Watch is really quite the feat. Again, congratulations to Principal Mijas and her staff for this accomplishment. Madam Chair, we will plan on talking through updates on each district with state board directed action and the work that took place last year. We have saved time after presenting on all the districts to provide opportunities for questions from board members who may have questions regarding specific districts, but are happy to entertain questions along the way as well. Note that we do have an update regarding the work in Adams 14 for the 23-24 school year at the very end of our presentation, so it may make sense to save questions regarding Adams 14 until we get to the very end. You can see here that there are schools and districts with state board directed action and their 23 preliminary SPFs or DPFs. There may be sites who pursue request to reconsider, which may impact what their final SPF is in November or December. Going into specific districts with sites with state board directed action, you'll see on each of these slides we have the school or district, the pathway, what their initial preliminary SPF was, some plan highlights, and some overall end-of-year CDE reflections. This slide on Adams 14 is designed again to really focus on the work from the 22-23 school year and an update on that. As you all know, the Reorganization Committee submitted a report outlining the infeasibility of reorganization due to financial and other constraints. The Commissioner has accepted that report as the conclusion of the reorganization. 22-23 overall was a solid year for academic systems building and building that foundation in key areas that included a focus on lesson internalization across classrooms in the district, student-focused walkthroughs, and a focus on student ambassadors and monitoring their work. CDE, the district, and TNTP met and visited schools monthly. The district was tracking its 6 major goals along with TNTP regularly on a data dashboard. One of those goals was really around focusing high-quality tasks that are in each classroom every single day. The walkthroughs that were completed were really looking at a high-quality rubric that was developed in partnership between TNTP and the district to focus on were there high-quality tasks happening, and if not, what were they going to do to help support teachers within those classrooms. In second semester, over 90% of tasks were either aligned to a grade level curriculum or specifically aligned to grade level standards, which was a significant increase from first semester and what had been happening previously in the district. At the end of the 22-23 school year, the district also engaged in a central office restructuring that was designed to bring clarity and equity to roles, shift the money closer to the schools, and alleviate budget concerns that they were finding in the district. This built on a broader systems work that the district was completing, which included the merger of 2 elementary schools, Hanson and Monaco, and a more purposeful campus connection between the alternative education campus, Lester Arnold, and Adams City High School. Regarding Central Elementary, they had an implementation of their community schools model through their innovation plan and continue to see that build the foundation of that work that they're continuing through this year. We were able to visit the school 5 times in this last school year, along with the district and TNTP. They're really focusing on professional development, coaching, and PLCs as a way to really boost instruction across the classrooms. I think Lindsay and I were both, I would say, very impressed at this site specifically at how instruction in even some of their new and alternative licensure teachers was able to really transform from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, seeing that those shifts in instruction, the things they were doing specifically at Central, were starting to take hold. Now, in line with that, those classroom walkthroughs noted that 95% of tasks at Central Elementary School were aligned to grade level curriculum, and they had a 91% student persistence rate from last year to this year, which was a major goal on that campus and much higher than they had had in previous years. There has been a leadership transition at the principal level at Central Elementary, and the district is working on supporting and coaching that principal and continuing to work on the foundation that was set last year at the school. Regarding Adams City High School, which, as you all know, is embedded in the board order for the district and part of the district's order, we visited that school nearly monthly for walkthroughs. They really focused on planning their launch of their academy model that has started with their 9th graders this year to help propel their students toward post-secondary workforce readiness as they graduate. They're also working to build instructional systems in line with the district work and the work that's happening across all the other schools. And it is important to note that while their SPF is a priority improvement, it was decreased due to a lack of participation. They missed the 95% participation by 1 or 2 percentage points on those assessments. They would have earned the points for improvement had it not been for the decrease due to participation. Moving on to Aurora Public Schools, the Aurora Central High School, which has now become the Aurora Central K-12 campus, has undergone significant shifts over the last few years. Most notably, the district has transformed Peoria Elementary School, which is adjacent to Aurora Central High School, into the Burrell Performing Arts K-8, and the high school has began to phase in a performing arts magnet. The district continues to make significant remodels to both buildings to bring about the new Aurora Central K-12 campus. The school did receive an insufficient state data rating this year as its plan type because the elementary school did not have 4th or 5th grade and therefore did not have growth data this last year. We anticipate the campus having a plan type in 2024.
I apologize for the interruption. When the Burrell School for the Performing Arts was first proposed or brought online, I was thinking they were going to have the same school identification code. Do they? And how does that work? Because in having been back to the campus for a meeting that took place on the campus, I did notice there's a sports field in between the two, in between Burrell and Central. And so then I was confused about whether or not they had the same identification code and how that works, and is there a plan to merge the two? Do we know how that relationship is shaped?
Yes, so they do have one school code. It is considered the Aurora Central Campus, and they have one executive principal, I believe is the title over them, and then each school, the K-8 and the 9-12, have their own principal, but they are all under a shared executive principal as one serving as one school. The K-8 is building out right now, so I believe it has this year kindergarten through 4th grade and 6th and 7th, and so I believe next year will be a full build out of a K-8. But it is considered one campus, one school of the K through 12.
Okay, so the Charles Burrell campus is, okay, so they're different grades under the same number. And eventually it will be the case that those who attend the Charles Burrell School for the Performing Arts will eventually matriculate into Central. Okay,
That is their plan. Obviously, kids will go where they'll go, but the plan is for that to be one campus.
Okay.
That, yes.
I don't know why I was confused about that, but I really appreciate the clarity. Thank you so
Very
much.
confusing, and also confusing why we have a 2,000 student high school with insufficient state data. So it is, we were taken aback for a second as well when that came up.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
It's a very unique situation, definitely. Moving on to Gateway High School. As I'm sure you all remember, Gateway just came before this board in June for their new innovation plan that was approved as their new innovation pathway, and so they are implementing that as we went through in June, as that's the shift that they made with their new school leadership. North Middle School in Aurora has continued to focus on distributed leadership and has continued with a trend of higher teacher retention. This has enabled the school to continue deepening consistency across its classrooms. North has maintained a management contract with MGT with a focus on literacy instruction. Two Partner is also a consultant that works alongside the school's leadership team and MGT to provide coaching and support in math. North will be returning for a rehearing this year, and the state review panel visited the campus in the spring of '23. The panel recommended that North continue with external management focused on instructional acceleration. Mitchell High School in Colorado Springs District 11 continues to implement their innovation plan. The leadership team is pushing for strong pathways implementation and building in supports and structures for 9th grade to ensure all students are set up for success at the school. Mitchell's school performance framework rating increased from turnaround to priority improvement this year, and they had a 12 percentile gain in median growth percentile in math this year. They are looking to build off of the foundation that they built last year to continue with those results of academic improvements and strengthening their pathways for all students. Denver Public Schools has two high schools that are with state board directed action. First, Abraham Lincoln High School is due to return to the state board for a rehearing this year based on their earned priority improvement plan type. The school continues to implement and strengthen its innovation plan by focusing on building strong Tier 1 instruction across classrooms through coaching, collaboration, and data-driven instruction, and to continue building out their college and career academy model. 95% of seniors last year were accepted to at least one post-secondary institution. Manual High School saw gains on this year's SPF, coming within 1% of an improvement plan type. The school has shifted leadership heading into the 23-24 school year, but the new school leader was hired from within the school's leadership team, which should support stability at the campus. The school is continuing to build its instructional systems and coach for high-quality instruction across classrooms, and is looking on how to bolster or reframe its early college model moving forward. As already kind of discussed here, Bill Metz Elementary School is a great example of success in school transformation. The school not only achieved well enough to get off of performance watch, but saw a second consecutive year of great growth with a 61 MGP in both ELA and math. Again, a big congratulations to the team at Bill Metz and Monte Vista School District. Again, we look forward to visiting that school next month. With that, I'll turn it over to Lindsay Jekyll for the rest of updates.
And I think we have one question from
Yeah.
Dr. Esser.
Dr. Swanson, I really do have a question. If Bill Metz was able to improve that quickly and that well, is there anything there that can be scaled? Because that would seem to be the reason we do all this, is so that we can take these practices other places and see if they can also improve those schools. How do we do that?
Yes, Madam Chair, absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why we're excited for you all to see that work in action. In general, I would say in a lot of our sites, they latch onto some very similar strategies of using professional learning communities for data-driven instruction, strong, high-quality tasks, strong, high-quality curriculum. It really is when you get into the level of detail of what are you doing within those structures, I think where Bill Metz saw some real power of the teacher coaching and the real laser-like focus on these are our benchmarks of what we want to see in every classroom and coaching around those specific things that really allowed them to be able to take off. So one real big example of that was this last year, they really focused on justifying thinking across classrooms. Their principal, their coaches, and their Generation Schools coach, every time they were in classroom, was looking how many kids and how often are they justifying the thinking and not just giving a one-word or a memorization answer, and then going back immediately, either in coaching that teacher or in real time, stepping in and asking that justifying question for the students. Those kinds of moves that really are focused laser-like on those things are what we see move the needle more than anything else. That is also embedded in a culture of coaching where teachers know you're doing that for growth purposes and not as a gotcha or as an evaluation measure. Building in that culture where everyone's trying to get better, everyone trusts the principal, trusts the coach, and they can do those things because they're all working to the similar goal, really starts to see those things go in motion. I think that's where Bill Metz really took off.
It's also a personality and ability.
I'd say there's a lot of leadership coaching in that, right? So beyond, I think, a lot of different personalities, whether you're a strong personality or a quieter person, everyone can do those. It's one of those moves that help build trust across campuses, and some of that's consistency. They weathered the storm like a lot of these schools of going through the pandemic, and were able to boost coming out of that in a way that built trust across that campus. So not so much personality, but I would say there's a lot more beyond what are the instructional moves what are the leadership moves that allow that relationship to really take off so that teachers know that you've got their best interest at heart and are just trying to improve their practice.
Good. I'll save the rest of my questions for later. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Swanson.
Chair.
Absolutely. Oh, yes, Dr. Schroeder.
Is it on? I can't find it. Yep. I didn't bring this up earlier when we got into this long conversation, and it went to money, which is understandable, and I don't disagree. I find it somewhat, I've sort of lost understanding which of our how many of our easy grants and what they do. But what I do remember is that one of our easy grants is to match a school that we are involved with another school of very similar demographics, size, etc., that is successful. And we bring them together to talk, to learn from each other, and especially from the school that's struggling, to learn from the strategies that have been used. It's been it's a very powerful process. I don't know what it costs. I mean, it costs something to bring them together, but it is not a high cost. It is a matter of sharing effective ideas. And I think it's those kinds of programs that we provide for districts that feel that they are in need that are really effective. I'm not dismissing the notion that we need resources, more resources, get more things done, but there are other ways that we in Colorado, because we're always nipping on the edges, because we don't have as much financing as other states, that we find ways to be successful. And I think that's one of the most compelling ones that I've seen over the years now with districts that we have taken off the clock. So this is probably an example. I don't know if Bill Metz talked to other districts, but I know that we've done that pretty extensively. It's been effective.
Madam Chair, I'll pick up the baton to talk a little bit about Pueblo 60, which is a perfect segue because, as Andy mentioned, Pueblo Central High School earned an improvement rating and has served as a bright spot for other high schools. And we do hear that feedback from other leaders, that being able to be in the work and see a near peer example and spend time with a school and ask some really detailed questions, teacher to teacher, coach to coach, principal to principal, is a structure that they find very powerful. And Pueblo Central has been a great partner in supporting us and having other high schools visit because they want to see a comprehensive high school example of this kind of work. So, yeah.
We had a question from Dr. Skarzica.
I would just, how many students at Bill Metz?
Hold on one second here.
And then the only other thing I would point out about Pueblo 60, I'm guessing that when I'm looking at them like an Aurora Central, there's still a dramatic difference between the student populations, especially around EL. I think at Aurora, Pueblo, I think it's going to be like 5%. And in Aurora, it's like, yeah, and it's EL. It's a very small percentage. Aurora is like 40, almost 50, and the refugee population is actually over what Central has just for EL. It's like 10%. So there's still, even when you see the numbers, it can be dramatic differences. Now, can they learn something? Absolutely, but yeah. But kudos to them. It's still a lot with a 2,000 student high school.
Madam Chair, about 270 students at
Yeah.
Belmetz.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the low level of ELL jumped out at me as well, but it's still a story very much worth celebrating, and they did have a high rate of free and reduced lunch eligibility
Yeah, they do.
and challenges, so it's still a terrific achievement, and I'm really excited to be touring it.
Madam Chair, on that, yeah, that's a perfect segue into celebrating our friends at Pueblo Central, which fully exited Performance Watch, is no longer under board order, and is just a result of a dedicated team. I think another thing that Andy picked up, Principal Mijas has been at the helm of Central for a number of years and has supported coaching and growing teacher leaders over a period of 5-6 years to help support and create a deep bench of instructional leaders. So kudos to that team, and I know that they will continue implementing the strategies that they saw led to some improvements. The other Pueblo 60 school that under a directed action is Risley Middle School, which earned a priority improvement rating this year and will return for a rehearing this fall. So Risley is an innovation school that has been implementing a partial management plan with Relay, Graduate School of Education, that focuses on professional learning and coaching of teachers, particularly novice teachers. In addition, Risley has partnered with 2 external consultants to provide some additional coaching and expertise in ELA and math because they have high numbers of novice teachers and need some additional support for those teachers. Risley this year really has maintained a focus on fostering a positive, welcoming school environment and increasing opportunities for family and community engagement. Risley, like many middle schools, has faced some significant staffing challenges. The staffing and a focus on coaching those novice teachers is at the forefront of sort of Risley's needs and their plan. And the district is employing a new schedule and structure to try to address some of these staffing shortages in core content areas. So that concludes our updates on each of the sites with directed action. We wanted to pause here before talking about upcoming activities to see if there were any other questions about these sites. We'll have a little time at the end for some additional updates. We'll give an update on Adams 14's work for the coming year. But we'll pause here for any reflections on the past year.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dr. Esser.
So wasn't, and I may be completely wrong, I may be misremembering, but wasn't Risley kind of on a improvement trajectory at one point?
Madam Chair, yes, and I would say they're still seeing some incremental gains. They've seen some improvement in growth in other places, just not enough over that hump of improvement. But they were, when they were first before the board for their rehearing, I believe the lowest performing middle school in the state, and they are not, they're a middle of the pack middle school at this point, just not enough to get over that improvement hump.
Okay, so they have improved, but not enough. Good. That was, I just wanted to clarify that one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Colleagues, other questions, comments? Oh, Board Member Plomer.
Plays on my previous question. So we've got these schools that have been on the clock for a while, and each time they change, do they have to come, can they do that through you, or if they change management organizations, does that trigger a rehearing? I'm not exactly sure what triggers a rehearing here. And so I'm just curious as how free they are to kind of change strategy mid-year if they're finding, well, we just thought this was gonna be what we needed and it's not quite. What's the flexibility within the school and within your team to make changes, and then what comes back to us for like approval?
Madam Chair, that's a great question. And especially during the pandemic, we saw challenges with implementation because things were designed to be in person and then they weren't. In typical, we do see some changes year to year based on local data. Things like changes in school leader, changes in curriculum, those are changes we work with the sites on. When there are specifics within a board order, and legal counsel can help to where this line is at, but things like a named partner or manager in a board order that changes, that comes before the board as a rehearing. Or if we have an instance where, in the case of Gateway, they went from partial management to innovation, that required coming before the board for a rehearing to modify that board order. But if there are things that happen more on a local level around curriculum, programming, changes like that, that's what we will support them in documenting that as part of their pathway plan.
All right. Board members, any other questions, comments? All right.
I do. Oh, yes, Board Member Solis. Just thank you for bringing this. I mean, these are such great stories. I know it's a lot of hard work. I'm sure they appreciate, the partnership with you and just, working with you and being able to come before us and report this is just great. And we celebrate with all these schools. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, to finish this off, just a quick look ahead at what's on the docket for the coming year. As you all know, preliminary performance frameworks were released a few years ago. As Andy mentioned, a few sites may go through the request to reconsider process, so we are waiting to finalize what the hearing schedule looks like while we wait for that request to reconsider process. The schools on the slide above will be slated to come before the board for an accountability hearing this year based on their school performance framework. One school, Aguilar Elementary, this will be the first time before the state board, so for a year 5 hearing. And we will potentially see 4 schools for a rehearing. So to your point, the other thing that triggers a rehearing is if after 2 years they have not exited Performance Watch, they are by statute to come back before the board. So these sites, because of their performance framework, will be back before the board for a rehearing. You may also see other schools, if there's a request for a hearing by districts, an early action hearing, like what we saw with Mitchell High School in Colorado Springs. So we'll have that final hearing list for you and work with the board office on getting those scheduled as performance frameworks are finalized. While we had Gateway in the spring, it has been a little while since we've had a rehearing before the board. And so that first rehearing is likely to be Risley in November. And in a rehearing, the state board has already directed action to this site and may direct the school to continue or modify that existing order. So for the next few months, CD staff is going to support these sites in developing their plan and their presentation to the state board. And at the hearing, you'll have at your disposal their hearing materials, the district's presentation, any historic progress monitoring, the state review panel recommendation, and public comment to inform your decision. And so as we look forward to those hearings, do please let us know if there are things that are helpful as a part of a hearing. As we know, it's been a while since we've had this typical cycle, so we are open to any feedback there. So just at a quick glance at the timeline, accountability hearings will be scheduled between November and April, and we'll continue with progress monitoring throughout the year and provide another mid-year progress monitoring update to the board in March this coming year. That concludes sort of the look back on progress monitoring and look ahead for progress monitoring. We do have one slide on an update on Adams 14, but I'll pause here for any additional questions on that topic.
I think that this has been touched on within the context of the accountability clock hearings themselves, but do you want to maybe give a really broad or very general overview on how the approach might be customized given the population that you're working with? So for example, when you do have a school that comes up for an accountability clock hearing and you're helping the board with recommended elements to the board order, or the approach that you're going to take with working with this school to help them improve their outcomes. What's different when you know you're working with a population with a high proportion of English language learners, for example, as opposed to a school that might not have a really large proportion of English language learners? Is there customization that takes place there in your approach?
Here, I'm happy to take a start on this one. Yes, absolutely, and this is the work that we love, and one of the things I would say is the best part of our job is one of the great things about our state is not just those specific examples, but across all contexts, you have quite a variety of differences of the strengths and challenges that each community brings to the table. So the multilingual learners is a great example. Another one would be, we have Aguilar Elementary School. The entire district is 120 students an hour south of Pueblo, very rural, very outside of a lot of the resources that we would have at, say, an Aurora Central K-12 campus. Those are very different strengths they bring to the table. There's also very different challenges that they have within that. We approach things through, I know we've talked about before, but this concept of kind of the 4 domains of rapid school improvement. So it needs strong leadership, instructional infrastructure, talent management, and climate and culture. Those are pretty consistent across the board of things that you need to really improve the work at schools, but what that looks like underneath is very much context specific. So we talk a lot about a vision for instruction, that a named vision for instruction that works for your school or your district is very important, and it's around grade level tasks and texts, but how a school with a large number of multilingual learners would approach what does it look like to put a grade level task in front of a student who is learning English for the first time is very different than a school in which you don't have to overcome some of those obstacles. It's also very different, and you can use students' other language skills and knowledge in other languages in different ways that you wouldn't with a student who might not be proficient in English and doesn't have another language to fall back on. So very much try to, as much as we can, get into the details of what do your students need, what do your teachers need, what is your staffing needs, and all of those different aspects to help them build out first what's the strong plan that you need, and then what's the best pathway that helps push that plan forward is really the way we try to approach the work with school and district leaders, if that helps. If there's
Really
anything to add.
helpful, Madam Chair.
I have a follow-up to that.
Yes, Dr. Esser.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do have a question on that. Have we now linked in the CLD department here so that we always have a EL expert or an ML expert with us when we go to these schools that are highly impacted with MLs?
Sure. We don't always have someone with that specific skill set with us, but we do have a strong relationship with them to be able to call and be like, if there's a need for someone with their specific expertise to talk through certain things, absolutely, that is something we can do. One of the things we do pride our team on is we, at least at the school leader level, have experience almost across the board with working in populations that have high levels of multilingual learners as well within that, so can bring that expertise to the table. But we do have a strong working relationship with them to be able to support as we need to on those cases.
Having led that department at Regis University, I think it's very important to have those experts with you so they can be part of those walkthroughs and give their feedback to you and to the leadership of this school. Just, a personal bias here. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Esser. Dr. Schroeder.
I've been mulling about this work that you all have been doing since either last week when we had 2 task force meetings, 12, 15, and then earlier this month. And one of the things that we talked about in terms of engaging high school students in post-secondary options does relate to attendance in a really big way. What I heard from feedback from some graduates is that they were not ever directed into options that were available in their high school. And it brings my mind to this notion that counselors are, to a large extent, schedulers. Counselors actually decide where kids can go and what classes they can take. And it's not intentional on their part often, but I think they direct kids on where they think they should go. And they don't actually have a strong sense of where those kids want to go. So for me, attendance is mostly about engagement. So I'd like you, when you're looking at schools, to think about what's their process at the high schools, and we have a lot of high schools here. What's their process of ensuring that kids have opportunities to engage in high school work that floats their boat, that engages them. It actually doesn't bother me if a student graduates with a certificate in some industry and they choose not to stay there. It's important that they found something that they engaged them, that they worked on for several years, and that they got the basics, the math and language arts and that stuff in order to be proficient to achieve that certificate, or the post-secondary classes that they get to choose. But I'm really thinking that we're not thinking, I mean, we overwhelm our counselors anyway. And there are districts where kids get to choose their schedules. In and of themselves, that might not be adequate. They probably ought to have parents participating and counselors who can help them identify what they have seen as their strengths. But somehow changing that piece could make a difference for our kids. I don't think it's going to be easier. I mean, if we want to talk about a lack of resources, we certainly have all those counselor grants to barely bring things up to a minimum, especially in our larger high schools. But I'm grateful if you'd start thinking about the problem with attendance and why the kids aren't there, because there's nothing that grabs them. And yet, when we visit these schools, there are tons of wonderful things that we offer. I'm not sure we've made the match for our students. My 2 cents.
Board Member Plummer?
Oh, I just want to follow on a question with that, because I think that's a really good point. But one thing that I've witnessed is a lot of times the kids that most need that help get caught in the credit recovery trap. And many times you lose your flexibility to take advantage of those more interesting classes because you're retaking, your math class and so I just wonder, and again, and just speaking from Adams 12, where I'm most familiar with how we had to operate, getting to our CTE programs, because they're not embedded in our comprehensive. We have some things embedded, but your general, larger program opportunities are off campus, which means you need to build in transportation time to get to those opportunities. Well, if you're behind in your regular credits, then the focus becomes on trying to get the student to graduate. And I don't have an answer, but I do feel like those are the kids that need to get inspired and see what's out there and get those opportunities, but they're also the kids who often have the most difficulty because they're just trying to get to graduation and they lose the chance to do the really cool stuff. So I don't know what we can do, but I just wanted to throw that out there because a lot of times it's a privilege to get to do that, and those counselors work miracles to try and make sure they can get to and from the campus, and there's transportation options and that kind of thing. So there's lots of barriers that we have in our system to getting every kid an access to those programs.
Thank you, Board Member Plummer. Any other comments or questions before we move on? Oh, Board Member Solis?
So one thing that we did in our district, mainly because we don't have a lot of counselors, to have a counselor in every single school is a huge privilege. But what we've talked about is personalized learning plans and making sure that kids have one adult that they're continually connecting with, and that adult also kind of, helping them understand what their qualities are, what their gifts are, what they're interested in, and helping them kind of gear and steer that, academic plan as they move forward, and continually taking a pulse, like, is this something you're still interested, or have you heard of something else? There's some other things, but that partnership of having that one adult that they feel connected to and that they have a relationship with, and it's almost like a commitment then. Like, I have this person that's engaged in me, they care about me, and so I kind of feel this responsibility to do my part. Another thing that we did around student recovery is we've had this program within our system to help kids over the summer with recovery. But what we did was we actually built in a parent academy along with that. So while the kids were doing, academic recovery of their credits and everything, parents were learning about the school system. We had some parents that were going for their GED. We had some parents who were learning English trying to learn English. And then we had worked with a grant that came into our community to offer childcare and also dinner for the parents. That was the most successful student recovery program we've ever had. And I know that the Miami-Dade superintendent, when he came out to visit us, talked about parent academies and how important those partnerships are, along with teaching some parents who work 2 to 3 jobs or are, they only went to 7th grade. They don't even fully understand our educational system. So if we can help, guide them and get them to understand, well, then both parties are totally bought in. And now it's this, total support around this kid. They hear it at home, they hear it at school. There's people watching them, paying attention. So we've had some great success in our district around those 2 things.
Thank you, Board Member Solis. Anything else before we move on to the Adams 14 update? All right.
All right. So we know that you all may have had more detailed questions about the recent updates from Adams 14. So we wanted to share a quick update of where we're at and sort of some highlights over the last couple of months. So for background, in May of 2023, due to some budget shortfalls, Adams 14 requested that TNTP reduce the scope of work for the 23-24 school year to reduce their overall budget. In response, TNTP revised their scope of work and indicated that the revised scope of work may warrant a modification of the 2022 board order based on those reduction of services in two areas specifically. Throughout July and August, Adams 14 and TNTP continued negotiations on their contract. And when the 2 parties were unable to reach an agreement on the scope of work for this school year, and by the start of the school year, the TNTP and the district agreed to pause work while they continue that negotiation. The Adams 14 board met last week on September 5th, and they are continuing those negotiations with TNTP. So depending on that final scope of work and where it lands, we will work with the local board and the district to request a modification to the board order depending on where that scope of work lands. So where we are right now is they are continuing with those negotiations on that scope of work for the coming school year. And we hope that it lands in a place where they will continue some of the critical supports and services and maintain continuity and consistency for the coming year. But so that's where we're at right now, and we can answer any more specific questions about what that might mean or what that order modification might look like there.
Board members, Dr. Schroeder, and then Dr. Skarska.
Yeah, sure. Madam Chair,
It's sarcastic, but
I hear you. I think part of that is because the negotiations are ongoing. And in the TNTP scope of work, I would frame it as there was always a big blitz in year 1. So last year was a big contract. There were a lot of things happening last year. So there was always intended to be some gradual release of work over time. And I think the budget constraints caused a situation where they are negotiating over certain components of the board order, like the implementation and monitoring of the strategic plan work. Last year, TNTP helped support the district in surveying community members and running stakeholder groups in development of the strategic plan, which is now complete. And so I think part of that is we are waiting to see some of those final details. And what we have indicated is that, and what I think the district sees is that the work of TNTP around those core instructional systems remains sort of the most important priority areas that maintain for the coming year. And so it's not designed to be that unspecific, it's just as negotiations continue, and there was always designed to be some step down in the contract. Do you add anything?
That's right. I think maybe the only other thing I would add is the district's also looking at a holistic approach to this and which are the aspects that are the strongest for TNTP to maintain, and which are aspects that there are other partners and other work in which they are continuing to engage in as they see it fits within their strategy.
4-year, intended to be a 4-year contract?
It was intended to be a 3-year scope of work with a renewal every year, with a sort of annual renewal. So that it provided some opportunity to adjust based on what Andy just described. New hires within the district or district reorganization. What does TNTP maintain versus what does the district now take over as a part of this work?
Do you feel the district is ready to take those over?
Madam Chair, in some areas, I think that, as Andy alluded to, there are some areas where the district has taken some pretty significant redesign steps, where they have hired a new chief of schools, they have reorganized sort of their academic cabinet. That would make a lot of sense for that person to take on some of the responsibilities that TNTP did before. And there were some specific areas, especially around the strategic plan or the stakeholder engagement, some of the operations things that they were advising on last year, that they are in a much better place than last year. Andy and I definitely think that continuing some consistency and continuity in those academic systems around the walkthroughs, the progress monitoring work, the coaching of the leaders, just making sure those systems are really secure is important. And that's what we've shared back with the district.
One final question. What was the level of teacher turnover? Do you know what the level was? Was it significant? Or doing better keeping their staff?
One of the highlights of this last year is that Adams 14 has a public dashboard where they are tracking this data, so we can pull it up as of, I think this would be as of the end of August. It was better than previous years, and at some sites was quite high, where they've retained a number of staff compared to previous years.
Great.
Madam Chair, looking at real-time data from August of 2022 to this past August of 2023, across all schools, classified staff was 83% retention rate, certified staff was a 78% retention rate, and for administrative and support staff, a 77% rate.
So those 20+% that were lost is a lot of retraining?
Oh, quite all right.
Thank you, Chair. Just know I grabbed that hose. There could be some positions they no longer have, right? All they're saying is these are the same number that, exactly, that came back, so that could be a piece of it.
Madam Chair, there might be in the Monaco Hanson, there's probably some combination right there. We don't have those stats in front of us, but there would be some. At the same time, though, there are new teachers, new staff members that, of course, wouldn't.
Thank you.
And, all right, and then now it's my turn.
Yes,
ma'am.
Dr.
Thank you.
Scherzer.
All right, I'm just trying to get a sense of, like, back with MGT, where their responsibility, their breadth of the contract was much broader, much deeper than TNTP. So when they stopped, that created quite a disruption. TNTP not starting out the school year, disruption, I'm assuming, is not anywhere near what it was before. Is that an accurate perception, or because they're not like people that were holding administrative positions and all these kinds of pieces that MGT had? I'm just trying to get a sense.
There were, when the pause in the work happened, there were things that had launched. Like, they had worked together to launch the beginning of the year professional learning, and we at this point are in 2 school weeks of some of the on-site support hasn't happened. But to your point, they are not serving as staff members within the district in the same degree. So there are professional learning and opportunities that are still happening. School's still functioning. It isn't the same level of what happened previously. It just, neither party, I think, wanted to operate without a clear scope of work, and so agreed to take a pause. But they had launched summer professional development, launched some of the things that were designed to happen in August.
One thing I would add to that, absolutely not the same level due to those reasons. I think, though, we are all eager for this work to continue because the school improvement work does depend on this constancy and consistency across the board. And so I think we're hopeful this resolves sooner rather than later to really bolster and continue that school improvement work. But as far as on-the-ground operations, we don't have any indication of the same level. ups that we did prior.
Yes, Dr. Esser and then Mr. Durham, or no? Okay, all right, Dr. Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And naturally, having watched this for so many years, I'm really worried about the inconsistency again. We just get started. TNTP is in there. Teachers were waiting for some professional development that didn't happen. We have new teachers. We have a new principal at Central. So it feels to me very disruptive to be on this path. And wouldn't you know in April, because most of us who are in administration at schools, we plan for the next year at the latest in April. So why was this such a last minute? Why did this happen right when school was starting?
Madam Chair, I think I too wish we had a longer runway to support changes. I think some of the budget concerns or shortfall came to the district later in the year than I think they would have also liked. And so it set in motion a later start to negotiations than needed to be. And there were some, I think, just some sticking points around how do we move forward and ensure we're maintaining a level of services that really has some continuity and consistency. And I think we could do it over again. We would have backed that up. So we'd have a longer runway for negotiations. And it just really came to a head at the beginning of the school year when things were starting. And their previous contract actually ran through September. So it was the beginning of the next contract, didn't actually pick up until September. So it was also a timing issue of like school year contract versus when their contract ran, that the end of the previous contract ran into September. So it was a confluence of events that led to this late negotiation. We're eager to get it to some resolution to keep the school year going.
It's very disappointing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Esser. Mr. Durham, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. How big was the contract in the first year with the partial manager?
Madam Chair, I believe it was 2.3 million with an additional amount that came from a foundation that went to some TNTP supports and services.
And then, what's the total budget of the district, do you know off the top of your head?
Madam Chair, I do not know the answer to the total budget off the top of my head, but we can get that for you.
Yeah, I'd like to have that number if you can. So we'll be discussing this issue again tomorrow, Madam Chair, I think.
I don't think so.
October.
No, at the October meeting.
Yeah, I don't see it on tomorrow's agenda, so no.
A day without Adams 14? That's hard to believe.
Pardon me?
I was being sarcastic. No.
Okay. It's okay with me, sarcasm's all right. Is part of the dispute not necessarily over money, but over scope or span of control?
Madam Chair, I would say the scope, there's partially money, but money is tied into the amount of services. And so when reducing the money, reducing the amount of services, that is part of the issue is negotiating how big of a scope do we need for this, for year two to meet the budget constraints of the district and continue with that consistency and continuity and level of support for the district.
In this first year in which the partial manager was involved, it appeared to me that, and I didn't get a chance to look at every CMAS test score in every grade, but it appeared to me that the overall results declined a little. Is that, am I accurate with that statement with CMAS?
Madam Chair, as far as school performance frameworks, no, their district performance framework did go up slightly. I'd have to look at mean scale score exactly to see.
Yeah, I was looking at, those was what I was looking at, and at least I thought they were down a little, but.
You can look at that as well. Their growth they did have higher median growth percentiles across most schools.
But in terms of the test results, those were not necessarily let me ask, I'd like to know the answer to that, but was the growth, growth to standard? Were they achieving more than a year's growth?
Madam Chair, it varied across schools and across subject areas. Some schools saw some pretty high growth this past year.
Pretty high defined
as in the above 55 MGP, so above that 50th percentile. In the meets or exceeds, none of them were in exceeds, but above in the high meets category of growth.
So that model, if you're above 55, you're above a year's growth?
Madam
Is that
Chair,
correct?
It indicates that the students met higher growth than was expected based on their testing history. So it was a higher than expected growth, not necessarily measuring a year's growth in a year's time in the same construct, but it exceeds and means that they're closer on track to reaching proficiency.
Yeah, it's safe to presume they're behind a little bit at least a little bit in grade level. So it would seem to be part of the conclusion that if you're going to make any meaningful progress, it has to be over 1 year's growth. It takes 1 year to stay even. So is there a way to quantify this so that, is it 1.1 years growth, 0.9? Because I think that's an important number. Frankly, 55, whatever it is to me irrelevant. And I'd like you to see if you could make that number relevant.
Madam Chair, one of the, we can do a detailed dive of what their specific MGPs were across grade levels and subject areas for this past round of CMAS and how that compares historically to previous years' growth as well.
And then it would, did you detect from the contractor any concern about, their perceived responsibility for outcomes and their lack of authority in this partial management context?
Madam Chair, really the discussion wasn't grounded, I don't think, in authority. I think it was grounded in where are the appropriate outcomes or supports for TNTP? Were they pushing in to support, to manage and lead work in certain areas, given some of the contextual changes to the district? We didn't hear a discussion about authority or where we are arguing over certain authorities. I think there's some consensus and agreement on the strategies that the district is implementing. TNTP supported the development of those instructional priorities. It was more about the scope and where we're reducing services and then what outcomes can we expect on that reduced scope of service. Especially from TNTP's side, expressing some concern that if we reduce our scope this much, are we, we may not be able to deliver on some of these outcomes. We need to adjust expectations in these areas if we change the scope of work in that area. But we didn't hear a discussion over authority. We've seen them working collaboratively on developing some of these systems and tools over the course of the year.
So if this comes before us next month, can you make sure to provide this, make sure there's a representative from the partial manager present at that event?
Madam Chair, definitely. We will work with them. I think this really depends on where they land with the contract negotiations, because some of it was fiscal, as fiscal concerns. We are trying to support them with some of those fiscal concerns and thinking about that scope.
How much are we putting on the table?
Adams 14 did not apply for the maximum amount of EASY resources, so we've already awarded them $850,000 in EASY, and we have offered, I believe, an additional $300,000 to try to close any gap in developing.
So you said they didn't apply for the maximum?
They didn't apply for a maximum, so we have some room and some grant resources that we could support them with for the coming year to help support and alleviate some of these concerns.
Thank you.
All right,
I
yes.
want to follow up on Board Member Durham's request on increase or decrease in student achievements. I was able to look up while Lindsay was doing a great job answering questions. And the district did see an increase in mean scale score in CMAS, in ELA, and in math at both elementary and middle school level. Saw an increase in math and PSAT, SAT, and it was increase, decrease depending on grade level in PSAT, SAT, in evidence-based reading and writing. So in most content areas, most grade levels, there was an increase to your point on how many years growth are we talking, we don't have that level of sophistication available to us within this, within that, but there was an increase of apples to oranges, right? So those are kids from 2022 and then versus kids in 2023, which isn't always the same set of kids.
Thank you.
Yes,
One
Dr. Esser.
follow-up question.
Yeah.
But we also have the other assessments that the district gives, right? We have access to that data.
Madam Chair, we do, and they share with us their STAR data. We track and measure that STAR data, and that may be also a helpful description of that year's growth in a year's time that
Yeah, that would help.
we can take a look at. And I also, Adams 14's total budget is 80 million. People are fast. It's 80 million annually.
Thank you.
Yes, go right
And
ahead,
the
Dr.
access
Skarsgård.
data, I understand, was actually quite high as well. An important part of the achievement piece that you could add. Access data, that significant number of their students take, yeah. Language acquisition.
Just for the full board to hear that, Dr. Skarsgård is raising their access data, and they achieved a 57 MGP in their access data, which was, I believe, one of the highest they've ever achieved as a district. So there are some indicators of progress in academics, and what we want to continue to support them with is the consistency and continuity in academics and thinking through who is best served or best at used in those different areas to maintain that consistency and continuity and help support that plan.
Okay, great. Board Member Plomer.
I just want to compliment you two on your work with them, because this is consistently, we've heard from them that they appreciate the partnership with CDE. We were at the kickoff. And it's exciting. I mean, I know we all want like super astronomical growth, but the point of our work and the point that we keep talking about of our accountability system is to see improvement, and we want to continue that with the TNTP. But this is really good news, and I appreciate, again, that we are putting resources where we can and providing the kind of support. And for a district that's struggled for so long, I'm encouraged to see this kind of data, and I hope you all feel really good about the work you've done, and just want to say thank you.
Yes, and thank you so much for this presentation. Anything further, board members? Thank you so very much. We appreciate it. And I notice I'm going to do a little agenda flip now, because if I have confirmation that we have all of our art superstars here from each congressional district, rather than having them wait through another presentation, fascinating though I'm sure it is, I think we should go ahead and recognize our student artists at this time. So let me flip to those pages and we'll move forward with that. All right, so with this time, we're going to go ahead and recognize 7 of Colorado's outstanding art students. Commissioner?
Thank you.
We're going to turn it over to Ms. Maramba.
Here I am, yep, thank you. I am going to turn it over to Ms. Maramba, who's going to walk us through this. Thank you.
Great. Okay, well, we have 7 multi-talented students here to celebrate. 3 of them are here in attendance with us today, and it's my privilege to introduce each one of them to you. And so this has been an ongoing established relationship with our congressional representatives, and we get to have the honor of showcasing the second place artists here in our boardroom for a year. So our first recipient is Celeste Escobar from the 1st Congressional District, and they are not here with us today, but they provided a statement, and I will read that now. Giselle, do you want to hold their piece up?
Yes.
So the painting I've been thinking was an almost surprising success. I just decided one day to sit down and paint what I was feeling. No plan, no sketch, just literally throwing paint on a canvas. There was some thought to it, of course. I wanted a sort of chaotic and cloudy feeling to the background I hadn't yet decided would be the background. The dark gray part at the top was something I was really happy that I added. It looked like the girl had a messy storm of thoughts floating close above her. The gray streaks of rain really owned that idea into the painting. At first, I didn't think the girl would fit into the painting as nicely as it did. But as I continued my painting progress, I felt she really started to belong there. I chose this character specifically because of her her pose, which definitely fits the title, and her clothing style. I really focused on making her look like a comic character, most of the detail in her face and the rest of her body having 3 to 4 distinct shades. This was the first time I had tried foreshadowing, with one big foot significantly larger than the other. Perspective is something I'm continuing to work on, and this painting helped me become more confident in that part of my artistic skills. Something so surprising about this painting is how short it took me to paint. I finished in about 3 days and felt no need to add or fix anything, something that I'm sure many artists like me find hard to do. At times, it felt that creating the painting was so organic, I barely had time to think about what exactly I was doing. It's paintings like these that make me love art and creating art. It is making something so authentic straight from my heart. I think at times creating art can seem like a chore to me, and I forgot how fun it is to just sit and paint something, anything. Not thinking about if my art was better than it was before, or my message is important or meaningful, it helped me let go. I still struggle with overthinking and overplanning, especially when it comes to art. But the feeling I got when I painted I've Been Thinking is something that I'll always hold on to.
Very nice.
Did you say what school she was from? She was from?
She is at Thomas Jefferson High School.
Okay, thank you.
The second congressional winner is Ella Mortensen. They're not able to be here with us today, but they did provide me a statement, and I'll read it while we view their piece titled Natural. I'm fascinated by the human face. I've been drawing it for a while and only really began painting last year during my senior year of high school. When I first began painting natural, I had hoped only to succeed in painting an up-close, realistic portrait for the first time. Didn't have high hopes for an incredible turnout. I only wanted to get the proportions and features correct. As I worked, I realized that small details were what created the element of realism that I longed for. I spent hours upon hours with the smallest paintbrush I owned, creating the tiny freckles, blemishes, and pores in my subject Kira's cheeks, nose, and forehead. I had to get creative with how to paint her hair, and ended up dipping steel wool into paint to get the spongy effect I hoped for. I'd chosen a severely lit environment in black and white to help make the piece more striking, and enjoyed playing with light and shadow. This painting was unlike anything I had done before. Aside from trying to paint a portrait for the first time, I was also extremely new to using oil paint. Still learning what worked and what didn't was such a challenging medium. Natural is a celebration of natural human beauty in spite of a society that is always demanding self-enhancements through makeup. But aside from that, personally, this painting is a testament to the value of believing in myself as an artist. Previously, I would have never believed I could create a piece like this. Through the discomfort of an unfamiliar medium and a challenging subject, I continue to push through with this painting, spending painstaking hours on each small detail until it became work I was truly proud of. I hope to carry this confidence in my ability as an artist into my future as I begin school this fall at the Savannah College of Art and Design. So our next artist is Abigail Naylor, and they're from the 4th Congressional District, and they are here today. And we will listen to their statement while we view their title, Octopus in a Birdcage. Yeah, go ahead. So sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vanna.
The point of the painting was to tell a story, and it's part of a series of a much longer story, and it's something that I love to do with my art, and I tend to do like most often.
Congressional District 5 is Catherine Nifton, and they are here with us today. And you're welcome to come to the podium, and we will listen to their statement as we view their title, or their piece titled "White Flower with Green Leaves."
Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here today.
Speak up.
Is the mic on? Okay. To me, the rose represents an idea of love our society has lost today. Throughout history, the rose has been a symbol of love in like poetry, fiction, and art. It has a beautiful flower, but it also has many thorns. I think too many people today try to take the flower without the thorns, the joy without the suffering. But I think that the thorns are the very part of the rose that has captured the imagination of the human heart. Without suffering, without selflessness, without vulnerability, there is no love. Just as without thorns, the rose would be just another flower. I love art because I love being creative. There is something so magical about sitting down to a blank piece of paper or canvas and leaving something behind. I particularly love depicting nature because it allows me to enter more deeply into the beauty of whatever I'm drawing. When I sat down to draw this rose, I thought it was a beautiful flower. But by the time I was done, I understood its delicacy on a whole new level. In art, you really have to pause and notice each intricate detail of the thing in front of you, the slight blue hue of the petals and the 20 different shades of green in each leaf. And I think that's really valuable in a time where everyone is always so busy. For me, art is a chance to stop and marvel at the little things around me I tend to ignore when I'm rushing around. Thank you.
Which school is she from?
Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next honoree is from Congressional District 6, Emily Chang. They were not able to be here today, but I do have a statement, and I'll read it while you can view the piece titled Benthic. The piece I created is titled Benthic, meaning anything associated from the very bottom of the ocean or bodies of water. I focused on the benthic zone and midnight zone of the ocean because humanity doesn't often realize the depth and significance of our oceans or the impact we have on incredibly fragile ecosystems. While many think the deepest part of our oceans can be devoid of life, there's biodiversity and beauty teeming from hydrothermic vents and deep sea coral reefs. The focal point of my piece is the effect of deep sea trawling, a commercial fishing method that drags massive nets along the seafloor. This is incredibly destructive to delicately balanced ecosystems and reefs that took thousands of years to grow to their current size. I wanted to personify the tragedy of this by conveying the benthic zone through the human figure surrounding by sinking trawlers, particularly to connect viewers emotionally and also to establish how everything is biologically connected. I am largely influenced by nature and biology, and the central dogma of biology is this idea of connection between all living things. To deny that would be denying the beauty and complexity of our world. This importance of connection is something I try to live by in my everyday life as well. While art and science may appear diametrically opposed, I have always been fascinated by the potential of such a relationship and it is at that intersection where I thrive. Art is a vessel through which I can convey the importance of human connection to nature, and for that I will always be grateful. Thank you for this incredible award and opportunity for me to spread awareness of something we do not often think about as a landlocked state.
Ms. Maramba, just a small point of privilege, just a shout out to her alma mater, Cherry Creek High School, for any Bruins in the house.
Next is the 7th Congressional District awardee, Ace Kellerman. They're not able to be here today, but we do have their piece, which Ms. Crawford will show you, is The Grand Puppet Show. As we view that, we'll let our last awardee from the 8th Congressional District, Abby Clifford, who is here, join us at the podium, and then she can read her statement when she's ready.
So we don't have a statement for CD7.
What's the title of this?
The Grand Puppet Show.
Does it say what grade the students are in?
This one does not.
Okay.
Oh, 11th grade.
Amazing.
He's not a puppet, just the puppets around him. Just saying.
I know. She's a great Vanna.
She's Vanna, yeah.
We're very impressed.
You do your
Also, your artwork. That's because the frames are.
Okay. So lastly, we do have the 8th Congressional District Awardee Abby Clifford, and you are welcome to say your statement, and we will view your art titled Magical Childhood Moments.
Yes, so I titled this piece Magical Childhood Moments because I really wanted to capture the magicalness and simplicity of childhood when you can just go out and spend hours upon hours doing the most simple things. And I really wanted to capture that in this piece. One of the things that I first thought of when I was trying to think of for this was bubbles. And all the hours I would spend in my backyard just popping them and trying to catch some, blow the biggest one I could, and seeing all the colors you could see within them. But then I needed to find out how I wanted this piece to look. So while my mom was looking through some old pictures from when my sister was younger, she came across that picture that my aunt took of my sister reaching up towards the sky, and I just thought that it was perfect. So I used that as my little muse to work my piece around and really capture that childhoodness in there. I just want to say thank you for letting me come as well and present this to all of you, and I was so glad for the opportunity to work on this piece.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, back to me. Okay, first I would like to congratulate each and every one of you. All of these pieces are stunning, and you are all very talented artists. This is such a wonderful program, and we as a board look forward to it every year. We will be honored to have it hang here at the Colorado Department of Education for a year. I also want to recognize the parents and teachers who are here and the work they've done in encouraging you to pursue your artistic endeavors. I know that the parents and teachers are an integral part of your success through their encouragement and support. And again, on behalf of the board, I want to thank you. We should have a round of applause for the parents and teachers. At this time, we're going to take a short break so we can take some photos with our in-person awardees. So if you all want to come up, I'll let our staff kind of coordinate so that each of you can get a photo with your district representative. folks, we are back on the record. The next item on our agenda had been board reports, but actually we need to back up and actually cover extended evidence outcomes, item 15.01. So Commissioner, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For this item, we have Dr. Floyd Cobb, Dr. Paul Foster, and Dr. Joanna Brunel. I will turn it over to them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. We're here this afternoon just to give you a brief update and information item on the extended evidence outcomes as they relate to the Colorado Academic Standards for Social Studies. Looking at the presentation, the extended evidence outcomes are specifically alternative achievement standards designed to measure the progress for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. So this represents just 1% of the population. And these extended evidence outcomes are required by law for our assessed subject areas, those being mathematics, reading, writing, communicating, science, and social studies. And what's important to note about the extended evidence outcomes is that they don't change the content of the standards, but they're simply written at a developmentally appropriate level. We've had these in Colorado since 2010, and it's important to note about that 1% that the vast majority of students eligible for special education will receive those who receive the extended evidence outcomes participate in our alternative assessment with the where you will see, I notice this says mathematics. That is not a mistake. The last time that the social studies standards were revised, not in November, but the time prior, the extended evidence outcomes had not yet been incorporated because of changes in the law. That is why you see this slide related to mathematics. However, this is where the extended evidence outcomes reside in the Colorado Academic Standards. So below the evidence outcomes, just in a slightly in terms of the process, as you all know, the academic standards for social studies were updated in November of 2022, and then following that update, the revision process for the extended evidence outcomes began. A much more streamlined process where there's one general education teacher and one special education teacher, because again, there are no changes that are being made, but simply modifications at a developmentally appropriate level. So the way the process will proceed in the coming weeks and months is that there will be a public comment period for these, similar to what's happened in the past, specifically looking for comment about, again, the developmental appropriateness of particular topics. And then once complete, we'll bring this information back to the state board in January for there to be implementation. So we wanted to provide just the board with a brief update about this in the event that there are any questions about this particular process, understanding the distinction between it and the broader social studies revisions for the Colorado Academic Standards, so that there wouldn't be any confusion. With that, Madam Chair, I will turn it back over to you to see if there are any questions that you were.
All right, colleagues, questions for staff on this item? Dr. Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one question, and it might be for Dr. Foster. How do we determine which 1% of our IEP students qualify for this?
So the federal government has declined to give us a definition of what that 1% is. Typically, they say it's the most cognitively challenged students in the state. And so it's really up to each individual child's IEP team to make that decision. But really, it tends to be basically around the cognitive impact of the disability on the child.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you very much, Dr. Foster.
Colleagues, other comments and questions for staff on this one? Dr. Schroeder.
Are there, I'm not sure I listened super carefully, but are there national guidelines for this, or is this just something, for these standards, is this something that we do state by state?
It's really state by state, Madam Chair, it's really state by state. So, because they are meant to be aligned with the state's standard.
And yet, when we develop our standards, we do look around the multiple states and organizations for guidance. I'm just curious to what extent there's any guidance, or if it's really up to us to do this on our own, completely on our own.
Right, so this section, or the extended evidence outcomes, are intended to give students with the most significant cognitive disabilities access to those standards. And so for at least this part of it, when the EEOs are being developed, we really look to the state standard as they're developed. And then that team of general education teachers and special education teachers work to make sure that the essence of the standard is maintained, but then you have experienced special education teachers who are working to ensure that it's accessible at appropriate developmental and age levels.
So what I'm wondering about, I know that when we're looking at our scores and our accountability, we always have dramatically lower outcomes. Do we know which students are, I mean, is there an assessment then also for this 1% that's different?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is there an assessment then that's
Yes,
different
yes,
for that
ma'am.
1%?
Yeah, Madam Chair, there's, the COALT is aligned with those extended evidence outcomes. And so for students who, again, it's really the individual decision of the IEP team to determine the assessment, the state assessment that a child will take. Children who are accessing the Colorado standards through the EEOs, extended evidence outcomes, take the Colorado Alternative Assessment, the COALT.
And how about other special ed students who are not, so that assessment only goes to 1% of our students
That's
also?
correct.
That's what?
That's correct. Yeah, the vast majority of students with disabilities served with IEPs participate in the
Everything.
in everything. They access the standards on level, and they are tested on level.
Where do they come up with 1%?
There's, again, the feds have declined to really give much detail on that. I think the feds would probably say that, you know, a very small percentage of students have the cognitive impact due to their disability that would prohibit them from accessing the standards on level. And frankly, if you look at the majority of students served through special education, they are students with learning disabilities. By its very nature, there's not, you know, a cognitive impact. There's a discrepancy, actually, between ability versus achievement. You know, you have speech-only students. You have students, you know, with, you know, emotional behavioral types of disabilities. So most of our students served under the special education umbrella, a characteristic of their disability is not, you know, cognitive impairment.
They often get accommodations instead?
Yes, yes. I would say it's always dangerous to say 100% in the world of special education, but I would say that, you know, vast majority of students are having some type of accommodation on a routine basis, and then also that accommodation follows through into the assessment.
I will not be here long enough, ever, to understand all the special ed pieces, because I think it's incredibly complex, at least for me it is.
Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. Dr. Skarsica?
Can I just throw in there a little bit, Dr. Foster? So there is another 1 or 2% of students above that one. I mean, so the federal government came up with one and said that's all you're going to be allowed to include in your accountability system as an alternative. But there's a 1 or 2% more that maybe could use a different assessment. We don't really have something.
Right.
We sometimes give it to them, we don't count them. So it's based on, but it's all based on kind of population curve. And they've figured out over the years, if you've got 10%, you're doing this wrong, right? So that's why the 1 to 2 to 3% has come up. And I think most of us were able to keep to that, I think, fairly well. but thank you.
Madam Chair, the state as a whole is under that 1% mark. And so we have a few districts that pop over that 1% mark. There is no cap on the districts. There is a cap on the state. But as a state, we're really doing pretty well on staying underneath that 1%, which means IEP teams are doing their jobs pretty effectively most of the time.
Excellent. Board members, anything further for staff on this item? Thank you very much. All right, board members, I'm going to make a change to the agenda. We're a little ahead of schedule, and staff is prepared to present on one of our earliest items on tomorrow's agenda. So we're going to go ahead at this time and hear what would be tomorrow's item 3.01, Colorado River BOCES request for reauthorization as a designated agency for alternative preparation. So I'm going to give staff a chance to get settled up here, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. O'Neill and Mary Bivens.
We appreciate the small time to powwow.
Yeah.
As we go through the process. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Colleen O'Neill. I'm the Associate Commissioner of Educator Talent here at the Colorado Department of Education. And joining me is our Executive Director of Educator Workforce Development, Mary Bivens. So we appreciate the time today. Today, we're going to chat a little bit about the Colorado River BOCES Alternative Educator Preparation Authorization, or their reauthorization process. Just a little bit of a recap before I turn it over to Ms. Bivens. The Colorado River BOCES is here for the second time in the last couple of years. Back in 2022, in the reauthorization process, we did find them in conditional approval with some pretty specific outlined items that we would like to follow up with them on, and Ms. Bivens will recount those for us. And then in 2023, we did a follow-up reauthorization visit, and we found some additional items, and some items that had been addressed, some that are additional. So today, we're going to talk a little bit about the reauthorization process timeline and findings from 2022, so that everybody can be on the same page with that. And then also in 2023, we'll talk about our follow-up visits and where we landed a little bit with conversations with them. At a very high level in 2022, the reauthorization process timeline, we started back in the fall or the winter of 2021, and we had conversations with them over their submitted content and their materials, and we always look at those to see the alignment between endorsement standards as we look at the program. We have a peer review process that goes through that for each endorsement area, and then of course we have our deep dive into reading that we conduct during those processes. So back in the fall of winter 2021, I got to get all those dates right. We did that process for the very first time with River BOCES. Back in March 2022, the state review team did some site meetings with their program leaders. We had conversations with our K-12 partners. We had conversations with their current and past participants in their programs. And then we collected all of those findings and brought them forward to the State Board of Education. We also took some time to do observations in their reading, as well as additional time with their faculty. So that's just a little bit of a preset to where we were in 2022. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bivens to talk more deeply about what that conditional reauthorization looked like and what those criteria were that we and the State Board of Education were looking for.
Thank you, Colleen. Good afternoon. Madam Chair and members of the board. As a reminder, in the May 2022 final reauthorization report, which we also included in your board docs, just as a reminder, there were several areas for improvement aligned to 3 of our 4 domains that we have our programs aligned to. I've outlined those here for you. I won't read through all of those. Some of them were pretty foundational. Another reminder I'd like to give is this is Colorado River BOCES' first reauthorization. So they were a brand new program. So often the first reauthorization is pretty intense because they've been building up. The other thing that I think is really critical, and we shared with you when we were here last year, is this program has expanded significantly in the last 5 years in size. So some of the things that we authorized them for, that the staff looked at and that the state board at the time approved them for, was for sort of a small, even say boutique kind of program where there was going to be a lot of individualization. Then it expanded into they had over 80 candidates this past school year. So some of the things that they were building the program around really needed to shift. And those were pretty clear when we were there and working with them in the last year and a half. So a lot of the areas for improvement that the state board approved the first time were really about developing some deep systems and structures. The collaboration that happened after the state board's decision in May 2022 was really, we were meeting monthly with program leaders. We were discussing all the areas for improvement, what those could look like, still honoring their values and uniqueness around their program, but really expanding it into a much larger program. As Colleen identified, from February 23 to April 23, the BOCES was submitting their self-report, which is really a reflection of what they've been working on, as well as some of the information around their program design and things that they had changed. I apologize, this new little remote. We did the follow-up site visit in May 2023, which consisted of a state review team that had State Department members, peers from other alternative programs, and even a member from the K-12 one of their schools. So we met with program leaders, newly hired field supervisors that they got to support candidates, and of course the current candidates in the program, as well as recent graduates. After we conducted the site visit in May, we realized there was some supplemental information from what they submitted in the winter before we were coming that they were still continuing to improve on. So we asked them to submit that as evidence as well. That's why you see sort of a second submission window in July 2023. After we had all that information, the recommendation from the state review team came together and we did August 2023 final reauthorization report, which you also have. We've provided for you. Some of the highlights in that report were that they hired 6 staff members as those field supervisors to be out in the field and support candidates. Colorado River BOCES has candidates from all across the state because they're a fully online program, so they really needed to hire some field supervisors to support in different regions. They also started monthly cohort meetings based on feedback from their candidates and their new field supervisors, that they really needed that time. Even if I'm doing the program in more of a self-paced module, I need that time to collect in a cohort model and learn together. They made revisions to course materials, and they really did address the majority of the areas for improvement that were set forth. Not all of them. And many of them were just developed and set out, but we didn't get to see them fully implemented. So it was the recommendation that we're bringing forward today that Colorado River BOCES Alternative Teacher Preparation Program remain on conditional reauthorization status for another year. We've updated the areas for improvement aligned to 3 domains, and that is also in the August report that we sent you. What you may notice as we look at those areas for improvement, you will see things like implement, execute. So it's things they've foundationally started to build, but we really didn't get to see them fully in an outcomes kind of model. Domain 1 is program design, and we have 3 areas for improvement there. Domain 2 is really about educator knowledge and competencies. Again, taking their content knowledge to that deeper level. 1, focusing on some deeper literacy content through our elementary and special ed, as they're approved for both of those areas. Program 4 is what is referred to as program impact and continuous improvement. They have a comprehensive engagement plan to work with their partners and get feedback, but again, we didn't get to see that. It was just developed, the plan, but we have no evidence of their first round of that. So we kept that in as an AFI as well. and we would,
Yeah, we'd welcome any questions. I
Questions?
think I want to underscore just really quickly that they made progress. And I think that's important to know, is that they made progress towards the identified indicators that we wanted to see. It just hasn't made it there quite yet. So we would like the opportunity to continue under that conditional reauthorization so that we can provide side-by-side support, have a structured way for us to make sure that they are getting the level of support from us and the access to our technical assistance to continue forward to develop the program even further as it continues to expand. I think we talked very early in the morning about emergency authorizations, and this is one of the ways in which we're really trying to support those emergency authorizations into licensure.
and you'll see in the report that we have put a deadline of, we would come back no later than May of '24. So they're already still working, we would come back by then.
With that, Madam Chair, we turn it to questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. That was excellent. Board members, questions? Dr. Schroeder.
I just want to clarify who this is, who these students are. So this is located technically, I think it was in Parachute, if I remember correctly. I looked up the address, centrally in Colorado. But candidates are online and they're from all over. Are these all folks who are teaching right now and are getting their accreditation or their license?
Sure.
Yes. I'd just like to see it.
You're totally right. Yep, no, you're absolutely right. These are alternative preparation. So this is that bachelor's degree, so they already hold a bachelor's degree, and they are in the alternative preparation program. They are on-the-job training. So they are in the classroom today and learning to their craft of teaching side by side.
Are the emergency license folks, does it vary district by district as to what other support they have? I mean, we're not just plunking somebody into a classroom and putting them in this program and saying, see ya, right?
Sure. So emergency authorizations, what it truly means for us is that they have not been able, for some reason, they're required to start an educator preparation program or finish an educator preparation program. So when we talk about emergency versus our alternative licensure, what we're really talking about is the fact that emergency is in a situation, either they are in a program today and unable to finish it before they start teaching in the classroom, but they are finishing their program, or they are enrolled in a program and may not start until December or January. So they just weren't able to get into their program. So they meet all other qualifications under an emergency, but they just haven't been able to start their program for any number of reasons. In an alternative, they enter the classroom in the moment with those wraparound supports. When we talk about emergency, those are very local decisions that are made for the emergency, and our school districts have to submit a plan for us as to how they're supporting those individuals in that emergency situation. So to your direct question, yes, they have wraparound supports there. Not the same, but they do have wraparound supports.
Because it's emergency, it's not organized and planned, it's
Not quite yet. Yeah.
how we take care of the students. And is there a timeline to finish? I mean, if you have an emergency license, you are actually supposed to get it in a year or request more, but within the program itself, is there a timeline?
Madam Chair. Yes, part of the program design, Domain 1, is telling us whether they're a 1-year or 2-year alternative program, and also how they might differentiate the length of the program based off of an endorsement area. So for instance, Colorado River BOCES is approved for all our K-12 and secondary areas, math, science, PE. But they are also approved for special ed and elementary, and their special ed candidates tend to go longer in the program because they have more standards and more things they need to learn than their, say, a PE candidate or an art candidate who's coming in with that knowledge and maybe a degree, right? So that being said, that is part of their submission process. When we first approve them, it's one of the things we look at when we go back for reauthorization. So in the first time we were at Colorado River BOCES, one of the things we found was that their candidates did need more support. And one of the ways they did that was putting in those field supervisors. It was one of their outcomes. So it is one of the areas. Also in Domain 3, it is for alternative programs, it completely is about the support for candidates while they're in their 1 or 2 year alternative program.
And how many hours? How's that structured?
Yes. So at a minimum, they have to have 225 hours of content knowledge to help prepare them. We do not put a minimum of hours with their mentor teachers or their field supervisors because they're teaching all day, every day, right? They're teachers of record. So what we do instead of that is we talk about the outcomes we need to see based off of that support. So if some programs were seeing really strong outcomes with support of their candidates, then what the format they have set up is working. If we see where some of their candidates are giving feedback that, oh, I needed more support, then we focus more on outcomes rather than inputs of hours. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. I have Dr. Esser and then Dr. Skarzica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I know how difficult it is to tell a prep program that you're conditionally reauthorized again. So thank you for your consistency and how you hold these different authorizers accountable. But we do have a dearth of teachers right now, and they have 80 out in the field teaching.
Last academic school year, they had over 80.
And this year, do you know?
We don't have the data quite yet. Just for context, we have just under 800 alternative teachers. That our alternative teachers has been one of the strongest growing pathways that we have in the state of Colorado. So we have about, on average, over the years, at least the last couple of years, we've had about 800 alternative teachers across the state teaching.
So is that a great help with our lack of teachers right now?
It's been one of the most commonly used pathways for sure, rather than bringing folks who are not quite. I think we sent the teacher of record report, which is yet another pathway. Those are for individuals who have not finished their preparation program at a traditional 4-year university. That opens the door. Folks have kind of migrated from using those that may not have finished their program quite yet, really to trying to recruit and ensure they're in the classroom, those that already have a bachelor's degree that are demonstrated content knowledge, and then help them learn the craft of teaching.
And are any...
It's a lot.
Thank you, Dr. O'Neill. And are any of these teachers of record sped teachers, or are they all classroom teachers?
You can be an alternative teacher as a special education teacher under a different authorization.
Ah, yeah.
Remember, we have 20 pathways into the classroom, so they're all just a little bit different. There's a flavor for everything, but you can be a temporary educator eligibility under the special education, kind of as an alternative program. Teacher of record does not qualify for special education because they don't have their bachelor's degree yet.
Okay.
So under IDEA law, you must have a bachelor's degree in order to enter into any kind of alternative pathway for special education.
Okay. Thank you. I so appreciate your work. It is so necessary. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Esser, and I will echo that. Thank you so much. Dr. Skarzica, and then Dr. Scheffel.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. So I've looked at the report, and then I'm seeing the individuals who I happen to know, right? Dr. Lang, Dr. Happenstall. I know their level of expertise, especially in special ed, general ed, phenomenal. Happy birthday, Mr. Happenstall, by the way.
Yes.
Just happen to even know that. What I didn't know, and maybe I should have known, but what I kind of assumed is that who they would serve would be local to their region, right? That would be teachers teaching within districts within that BOCES. And that would be, then they could reach out, they could do the mentoring, they could do everything they need to do in person, whatever. How many, and maybe you don't have that answer, but how many of the BOCES or the alternative programs serve people outside of their area? And is that one of the issues as far as the program reauthorization? It's harder to get a handle when you are doing a or the consistency or the level of which you are looking for appropriation when you're spread out across the state.
Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, we have 10 BOCES that are approved as alternative preparation programs across the state. And you are absolutely correct. It's great information you have. If you look at great BOCES like East Central BOCES, they have a lot of districts, East Central BOCES, right? But they very much serve almost exclusively their member districts, as they're referred to. So they're very tight, right? They know Susie Smith and Jeff Jones, and they really know. And the way that model that we approve their program design looks very different than two of our BOCES that really cover the whole state. And I would say those two BOCES that cover the state pretty widely used to be one BOCES, Mountain BOCES and Colorado River BOCES. So as some of you may recall, Colorado River BOCES is the separation from Mountain BOCES. So when they separated and they sought authorization as an alternative program, there was very much a continued model of a lot of online, a lot of meeting the needs across the state. Centennial BOCES is also a BOCES. It's a rather large BOCES, and they take a lot of non-member district people as well. But you are correct. There are many BOCES that work. It really is why we look at your program design and the outcomes of how you're supporting your candidates.
Thank you, Dr. Skarziga. Dr. Sheffel?
Yeah, thank you so much. I have this question. Does the Colorado River BOCES agree with your analysis on these four domains? I guess 3 domains, where they need to adjust or enhance or whatever? Or do they feel like, well, we weren't able to depict it quite accurately, or they need more staff, or what is their lens on it?
They have done really a great job of trying to come to the table to have more conversation around what does it look like for that mixed model approach. And I would consider it a mixed model, right? Some are local and some are across the state. But they have done a nice job of coming to the table and having conversations with Mary around what can we do, what else can we do, and how does that look. One of the reasons that I think they're on the conditional reauthorization now is because they started so much of that and just haven't had a chance to implement it. So their agreement was, yep, we see that and we see where we can improve, and we're working towards that. And I think a good example of that was the expansion of 6 faculty members, kind of to make sure that they were spread across the state. So that's my analysis of it, and I think they are coming to the table to have those conversations. Mary, do you want to add any more to that based off of conversations with Ken?
Yes, and we have been meeting monthly and have continued to do that. And just as Dr. Esser pointed out, it's not easy to hear when they've done so much work. But I think one of the things we said is we don't want to release that support quite yet, because you're on the precipice of implementing so many things. And so I think we're all viewing it as continued support to help them refine this year and really see it in place before we just give them full reauthorization and then we're not back for 5 or 6 years kind of approach. So we appreciate the leaders and we are going to continue to love working with them.
Great, I'm glad you're doing that. I just one follow-up, and this is kind of a related but maybe not related question. Is it common that districts will hire undergraduate students who are not licensed as substitute teachers?
Yes.
More and more common, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more and more common. So
When we shifted a couple years ago, we shifted the substitute authorization on the 1 year to basically allow anyone that is over a certain age, 18, with no other requirements, no bachelor's, no finished anything. As we've experienced the teacher shortage, there are more and more districts that have not only teacher but substitute shortages as well. And so they are working, and I kudos to our districts, because in many cases they are working with their educator preparation programs to ensure that these individuals that are doing their student teaching have a substitute authorization and are getting the kind of support that they need in the classroom, and not taking away from their student teaching experiences. And so while there is the option for the teacher of record, which is basically 30 plus credit hours that you would still have to complete, there's only 18 of them in the state. So they're not using them aggressively. They're trying to fill in those areas to make sure that they have the support. Our Ed Prep programs, and this has been a conversation, we were recently at the Colorado Association of Deans conversation, and our Ed Prep programs are seeing that need and actually giving more supports for that as well, to try to embed it into some job training as they're going through that process. I think we can continue to refine that and get better at it as well. But it's definitely been one of the ways that they've been filling positions when they are vacant, asking some of our student teachers or those that are doing clinical experiences to come in and be substitutes.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Shuffle. Dr. Esser?
I'd like to make a motion.
Very good.
I move to approve the department's recommendation that the State Board of Education extend the conditional reauthorization of Colorado River BOCES as a designated agency for alternative preparation for an additional year with the conditions detailed in the August 4th, 2023 reauthorization report.
Thank you, Dr. Esser. That's a proper motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I think Board Member Plomer may have beat you to it this time. And then, board members, any further questions for you before you vote on this? Any other comments? Seeing none, Ms. Maramba, will you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes?
Board Member Esser.
Yes?
Board Member McClellan.
Yes?
Board Member Plomer.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Board Member Solis.
Yes.
Board Member Varela.
Excused?
801 excused. Passes.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. All right, returning to our agenda, we do have time for at least some of our board reports. I've already given mine. Board members, is there anyone who'd like to jump in and go next on board reports? Dr. Schroeder.
I think mine will be fairly short. I have just two things to report on. Monday, September 11th, my husband and I attended the Colorado Remember 9/11 presentation that was sponsored by the governor and the mayor of Denver. It was a very patriotic remembrance piece, and then there was a really thoughtful discussion about threats to our security. The individuals were Condoleezza Rice and a name that I know I'm not going to be able to pronounce properly, Admiral or Commander Stavridis, who was NATO Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. And it was really a fascinating, I think at least 1 hour discussion of what was history, September 11th, but it's also what's been moving forward, what's going on in Korea, China, Ukraine, Russia, etc. It was really interesting. It was moderated by a gentleman from CNN who's also a specialist, Peter Bergen. I really felt, it was about 3,000 people. It was just fascinating to get to watch, and I appreciated the invitation that we had to attend that. Otherwise, other than the usual things that we're doing, we're now talking to school board candidates in our districts, which is always interesting. I've attended 3 different meetings for the task force on secondary, post-secondary, and workforce recommendations. It's just been a reminder about what is really special about Colorado, which is that we're a local control state, and so a lot of really fascinating things happen locally. And so in terms of post-secondary opportunities for students, whether it's Front Range or whether it's in rural areas, we hear about all these tremendous opportunities for kids. And yet, it is so inequitable. And so that one of the main purposes of this task force is to figure out a way to generate greater equity, greater opportunity for our high school students to have opportunities while they're in high school to either get an associate degree, get certification, have internships, kind of, et cetera. And what are the blockages isn't the right word, barriers to those opportunities? Also funding. We have I think 8 programs, maybe 9. I get a little mixed up. Some have funding streams in their grants, some don't. How much money is out there, and shouldn't, especially these post-secondary college opportunities, shouldn't these come under one umbrella, be streamlined, have the application be significantly easier, et cetera? What funding do we have for year 5 and year 6? We find that, for example, P-TECH has now been expanded somewhat. The Ascent program has been expanded to any district that wants to implement it, but it is not nothing. I mean, it takes a real effort and some funding to be able to create these programs and to ensure that the students are supported in that. And earlier, when I brought up the issue about counselors, when we heard from some postgraduates, they were people of color, and they said, you know, this opportunity was never presented to me. I know that this was available in my school, but I never heard about it. And so the communication piece is absolutely critical in this. Parents don't know about it. Kids don't know about it. And we need to have our counselor corps and all of our teachers to know about these opportunities so that kids find out about it. So it talks a little bit about using the planning tool that kids start in middle school, the ICAP, thank you, and making that more robust, but also having some greater efforts. In my own family, I have some close friends who came to me and said, our grandson is not graduating in 4 years, and we are really upset. He's in Fort Collins. Well, they were upset because they could not understand what the Ascent program was. The fact that he has an opportunity to graduate in 5 years. I mean, he was actually allowed to walk with his class, but he does not have his diploma because he's now spending his 5th year. And it was great that I had the information to explain to them, this is a tremendous opportunity. His parents are not well off, and so he's going to probably end up with an associate degree at the end of year 5, and it's a great thing. And yet they were upset because he wasn't graduating, and 5 years meant that he wasn't doing well. So it's these and the misunderstandings across the state are all, I mean, you hear about it when you listen to young people, you hear about that all over the state. So our effort is communication, figuring out where the money is, having counselors, but maybe some different counselors. Maybe we actually need some counselors that specialize in this, having a counselor corps that goes around the state that helps, because teachers and normal school counselors have so much on their plate. There's just an awful lot of things that we're talking about, and the recommendations will come out, I think, in November or December. Hopefully the legislature will have an opportunity to maybe add to it, but some of it is just streamlining the money. So there'll be some grants that probably change so that the money is pulled together. Commissioner, do you want to add to that? You've been attending that also.
Yes, the only thing that I would add is we talked quite a bit about sort of the branding of the post-secondary workforce readiness initiatives in the state, and thinking about how a stronger communications plan could actually help explain both to students and to families what the opportunities actually look like and how they can check at their local school or in their district for what specific opportunities there are. But setting some common benchmarks across the state I think would be a step in the right direction.
There's a fair amount of work to be done, despite the fact that when you listen, there is a heck of a lot going on. It's just that it's not publicized and it's not available unless geographically you are in that area and you know what is available. I think the one thing that I will probably conclude after 25 years of being in education policy, the most important thing that we've done is change the high school And that's gonna be a progression that's gonna continue for at least another 5 years before we figure out what is really high school today versus what high school was even when my kids were still in school.
Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. And then we're going to go to Dr. Escarcega and then Dr. Scheffel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too just have a couple things, and I wanted to go right after Member Schroeder because of what she was talking about. And so a couple of us went with CASB on the bus tour, but it was actually a legislative tour. And we got to visit, so I went to the Future Forward at Washington Square Center Tech Center, which is in Thornton, right? So you had Adams 12. We went to Thompson. We went to two schools there. Thompson Career Campus, Walt Middle School, Walt Clark Middle School. And then we went to Greeley Evans Career and Technical Education Center and got to visit and spend the day in all their programs. And here's what I think when we were just saying earlier about knowing where things are, where are things working, where are things in place. These places are busting at the seams with kids. They have far more than they can service. Those kids knew about the program. They found out. They applied. They got in. They're getting transportation, which I would need to, if I want to chat with my Denver folks, this would be an area that we would have a chat. These students are being picked up at all of their high schools and being brought in on a rotating basis, and they can get a ride back midday, right? So there are some spots in which they will all, I think where they will definitely say they get it, is that they have to hire and they have to have individual specialists like counselors and folks to coordinate all the pieces that it takes to fund these programs. And you even, as much as I'm familiar with it, you get a little lost on like, what is Perkins? Well, what is that and what is this? But they all, and the other interesting thing about them is there's a definite difference between the three districts and the amount of resources. Some of the districts, like Adams 12, and I've been down to the Cherry Creek, we were down there at their center, Aurora's Pinnacle Tech Center. Money really matters in these places. It really makes a difference on the size of the program that you can offer. But I was impressed.
Great world programs.
Pardon?
There are amazing world programs
Absolutely.
as well.
Down
Just
in,
amazing.
I'm trying to think where they had the two where they, I should know this, there's a rural southern district where the districts got together and decided to just transport kids back and forth and do this program because they didn't care who had the money. It was about the kids first. So you are right, they have some great programs. And then, so anyway, but I think that having a task force like that is really a good step at this point to try to see how you take what they've got and how we get this more equitable across the state. There were a lot of kids of color. I was with Rep. Bacon, and we have a little bit of a question as far as which students are pushed into certain programs, right? And we need to make sure that we don't go back to where it was, here's your tier, here's your college tier, and then here's your others, right? We can't other that group. So we kind of had our eyes on that, but certainly offer transportation, some things definitely would pick that up. So that was one thing. The other thing I mentioned is I went to New Legacy High School, and I went with a couple of my peers. So this is a school, it's a charter school in Aurora that started, 9 years ago, 8, 10, 9, it's been a while. So, and I was there when they first started, and it's a program for mothers and fathers together. It's for parents who, that's the focus, although you can go if you're not a parent. But the focus of the school is to retain students in school who have had a child and make sure that they can get on and graduate and go on to college or career ready, whatever that they want to do. They also offer, and this was the unique piece, on-site childcare for those children. And so the students go to school, their children are there, they're getting parenting classes in addition to the academic classes. And watching how it went from an idea to trying to, again, work together, get a building, get the program running. We released them to CSI, knowing they were financially better off with CSI. And so they ended up leaving Aurora as a charter. But Jennifer Douglas and now the new director that is there, the work that they have done, and to watch it have evolved to the high level of rigor that is in the academics and that was in the programming for the students was just awesome. So I'm glad I got to go. Kudos to them. Proud parents, and we'd be doing more school visits, as I always like to give, we like to give schools time to get up and running. Other than that, I just say hi to all my bus drivers. So I live in an area where everybody's bus, so I say hi to I stopped one the other day and I said, thank you for your service. He's like, lady, but he had the door open, so I just, he was waiting, and I walked up and I'm like, well, hello, thank you for being a bus driver. He says, I'm retired, I can do this. I'm like, thank you, and off I go running. So wave to they'll wave back to you. Wave anything you can do to make them feel, our bus drivers.
I love it.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you, Dr. Skarsika. Okay, Dr. Shuffle?
Yes, I've been working with a Colorado parent advocacy group who care about ensuring that their kids have an academically focused, skill-focused education, non-politicized education. That's been great conversation with parents. Secondly, a group that cares about school safety and how to ensure that teachers are part of the solution to ensure a safe environment for our students. And then finally, was part of a symposium talking about the issue of identity, human identity, childhood identity, some of the professional development materials coming out of the Department of Ed, and what that means for professional development for teachers, and how we can ensure that parents know what's going on in school. So those 3 focus points have been really productive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shuffle. Who would like to go next? All right, Dr. Esser, and then Mr. Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was a long month, and I didn't travel, which is always sad. I'm always asked to present at the Stanley Lake Library once a year because of CD7, what we're doing on the board and what's happening in education, and naturally the hot topic and what everybody's asking about is universal preschool. So I was lucky that Dr. Roy was there. And I said, ask her. She's the director. So that was very interesting. There were a lot of parents that were very, very grateful for preschool. So that was nice to hear that there were not only questions and complaints, but there were other parents that were using the preschool that were very pleased that they could get their kids in. I also had some parents there that were very distrustful of schools, and I did ask if, are your kids in school right now? And the answer was no. They're not old enough yet, but I don't trust this school. And my advice is please go to whichever school you choose, talk to your principal, ask if you can talk to a possible teacher of your child before you make a decision that you don't like that particular school. So the one mother did take me up on it, and she did go speak to the principal and called me back and said she felt a little bit better. So that was the town hall. And then on August 25th, I got to watch member Solis get a wonderful award from Partners in Education. So that was very exciting. Went to the new Legacy School with Dr. Escarziga and with Ms. Plomer. And then I had a longer meeting with Superintendent Dorland from Jeffco, because that's my main district. They have a huge need for bus drivers, so great that you waved at the bus driver and thanked him for his service. They were saying, her and her, I can't think of her deputy soup's name. They pay, Jeffco actually pays teachers that they already have to go get a SPED license. So they paid full tuition to these teachers so they can get that license. They also have done that in the past for anybody going into culturally and linguistically diverse education. Only 8 teachers took them up on that fully paid endorsement. People need to let that go through their head, that this is an area that is very hard to fill, and it's an area that's very hard to convince people that they want to go into because it is that difficult. We had a longer conversation about school finance and talk about an outside expert to kind of help with this task force on school finance, I think that is a good recommendation so that we have some professionals and not just legislatures and people that are interested in school finance. We also talked about demographics and how 20 years ago we had a school every mile and a quarter because every household had 3 to 5 kids. Now we have every 5 households have 2 kids. So that we really need to take a very close look at demographics, because as hard as it is to close schools, it's impossible to keep them open once they get so small that you can't even build a group for group work. Some of those schools have less than 5 kids in a grade level. If you combine 2 grade levels, now you have 10 kids. You still can't do group work. So I think it would help us if we could work with the state demographer. I don't know her name, I'm sure you do.
Elizabeth Garner.
Oh, thank you. And I that's right, you tell me that. That's great, so we can work with her. So that we have a better idea of what the demographics, the future demographics of Colorado are going to look like, so we can help the schools that are really watching this declining enrollment. And I think the legislature needs to realize as well that there is this declining enrollment. It is a problem, it's a financial problem, and how are we gonna solve it without making it worse as part of the political system? And the other thing I got was an article about the Innovating for Generation Alpha. I didn't even know there was a Generation Alpha, but those are the kids born after 2010. So they're in 3rd grade about now. They are finding that those 3rd graders, or by the end of 2nd grade, they understand technology better than their parents. So I don't know if you have that now in your household. Yes, so they do. I have a 20-month-old grandson. He figured out the other grandmother has a TV remote you can talk to. He is 20 months old, and he picks that thing up and says, "Moana," and the cartoon comes on. So now our whole life is about hiding remotes. So he can't do that. So it's a great article. I'd be happy to share the link for you to see what that looks like for kids coming up in the next generation. And then yesterday I was interviewed by Whiteboard Advisors about the Colorado READ Act. They're doing a case study because it's one of the most thorough literacy acts in the United States right now. So it was really good to talk to them and see how they're looking at our READ Act. And I said it's evolved. It didn't happen, it wasn't passed in 2014 and then everybody was on board. So, and kudos to the Rankins for getting that all rolling. I think we always have to bring them up when we talk about the READ Act. So that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Esser. Mr. Durham.
About demographics, it's a crapshoot. It's, I served on, I've been doing this 25 years. We were closing schools, then we needed that space.
That's why I think we need the demographer.
That was when we had snowstorms and we had babies. The pandemic did not give us babies, but there can be another big, it is so challenging. What kind of immigration do we have? Our economy. So I think our demographers do their best, and certainly most big school districts have a demographer in terms of trying to figure out where to put new buildings, how to distribute the director of districts, all sorts of stuff like that. But I would call it a 5-year plan.
And ours, and Aurora, his favorite saying was, "I too can be wrong." And he was very, very good at what he did.
Yeah. They get it to 0.05% in terms of their estimations for the next couple of years. And then after that, it is really, the cost of homes makes a huge, huge difference, whether you're going to have families there or not. If we get the kind of infill that we hear some of our progressive leaders are suggesting that we, have lots of tall buildings and lots of apartments and that we don't spread out. That would be very, very different if we had families living downtown, because we don't. It's fascinating to study, to think that you know what's going to happen.
Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. All right, Mr. Durham.
I forgot my crystal ball, but I did, on another topic, this morning I did happen to have, fortunate enough to have breakfast with Bob and Joyce Rankin, and they said to give you all their regards and wish everyone here well. So wanted to pass that along. I really have three items. One is you should have a copy buried in your blizzard of paperwork of this investment report on the public school fund, which is administered by the State Land Board. I think I've been assigned to work with the State Land Board for the last few years, and I think we have in the past supported at least one of their legislative initiatives. And the problem the State Land Board is facing is they are responsible for the administration of the state lands and the trust fund that has been created by income from the state lands, which is, I think, now $1 billion plus, if I'm going to do this from memory. At any rate, the returns that they're able to, and all of that money is constitutionally dedicated to the support of public education. So the problem that they're facing is that they're not allowed by statute to engage in a range of investments that allow them to have a return on that corpus that even meets the rate of inflation. So the purchasing power is declining. The purchasing power of the amount that can be contributed to the State's Board of Education is and will continue to decline if there's not some change in this approach. So they will have legislation which will change the investment criteria. I'll ask for an agenda item for the next board meeting to support the outline of that legislation. And if you need additional information, Ms. Brown will let me know. But I think we should support it. I think we should try to help State Land Board get in a posture where they can contribute and continue to contribute a meaningful amount of money to state education. So, at any rate, that's item one. Item two really is for District 11 in Colorado Springs. As I'm often reminded by our staff, they don't rank districts. I do, because I think it's important to know who's number one and who isn't. But and I think we've calculated, and it's been verified by at least one news outlet, that District 11 improved in the test scores that we just got through looking at 79 positions. They went from 158th to 79th in the state. And I don't think I've seen an improvement of that level since I've been on the board, which is really remarkable. And I would attribute it to a couple of things, and I think certainly they attribute it. They had a new board elected 2 years ago that hired a new superintendent who is no-nonsense, academically oriented, pushes hard for academic improvement. So in addition to what I would say remarkable improvement in their outcomes, they also had they reduced the number of schools that were on the clock in the district by about 50%. So, and you heard some of the reports on Mitchell this morning. They didn't get that far, but the improvements generally look very good, and I'm very encouraged by what District 11 has been able to accomplish, and I hope they'll keep moving in the right direction and continue to make. I doubt that you can make that dramatic improvement every year, but they seem to be on the right path. And then finally is an issue, I think, for the department. I've been in favor of trying to encourage back to in-person work, but I have to say I have full understanding of at least some of the trepidations our employees have when you have to walk out this building and go less than one block to see the nonsense that of homeless tents that surround the buildings on 16th and Grant. It's not a safe environment here, certainly not as safe as, at least as far as I'm concerned, it needs to be. And given the staff members that I've talked to here, that they think it needs to be if we're going to really realistically expect them to come to work. So I think it's time for this board, if nobody else is going to do it, to start leaning on the mayor of Denver and complaining publicly that enough of this is enough. That stuff needs to go away. This alley right here, out here beside us, is a regularly a crime scene. That's just not excusable. The Capitol's right across the street. It's not excusable to put our citizens in that level of danger. And it's either time, I think he ran on eliminating the homeless problem. Well, he needs to get on the job and get it done, and I know where he can start. So,
Suggest looking up some of the, I don't know if you've been following the press on this. I mean, I think I've heard some pretty good things about what
well,
they're
that's,
working on. But I can't speak to them directly.
yeah, well, I can't either. What I can speak directly to is what's there. And that what's there is not acceptable. And if we're not willing to speak out against it, then we have no right to ask our staff to come back into this building. As far as I'm concerned, maybe we ought to move our meetings someplace permanently, someplace else. It's ridiculous. So, any rate, I get to walk back past it on the way back to the hotel, and it's just ridiculous. So, any rate, I think I may produce something we can vote on next month on requesting the mayor of Denver to see if he can't clean this mess up. Thank you. That's
Thank you,
my
Mr.
three
Durham.
items.
All right.
Can I ask Mr. Durham a question?
Sure.
The 3 items that the State Land Board is asking for, one's more flexibility on investment. One of them is the requirement that they put in 21 million into the education fund per year. Why are they speaking against that?
Because some years they don't have adequate income to really make that particular contribution. And so it needs to be based on a flexible, I think it needs to be based on a flexible schedule that if we can improve their rate of return, they can meet that objective. If we can't improve that rate of return, then we run the possibility of diminishing the corpus. So.
Is that what that's why I'm asking that.
Yeah.
Then are they reaching into corpus?
I don't believe they've had to significantly at this point. And the state land board's revenues fluctuate dramatically. A lot of their revenues come from the land itself as opposed to the fund. And when oil and gas prices are up, their oil and gas leases produce very significant income. And given where oil and gas is today, this year will probably be a pretty good year. So there are 2 components that contribute to the land board's contribution. One is the land itself that is still held and owned by the state. Some of it's been sold over the years. Some of it's leased. And as a general rule, the state has always severed its mineral rights when it's disposed of property or and still has them on the property they own. So oil and gas and minerals are a significant contributor to the income. But that, I think we can expect that to diminish over time. And as we all know, the price of that commodity fluctuates dramatically. So it's an unpredictable source, which makes a stated contribution of a particular amount of money a little bit difficult.
Well, it just makes me nervous because that's money for our School Finance Act. Right?
Exactly. It all is. It's all money for school finance.
The task force that met they're not agreeing, they did not come to a conclusion because of, and I think this is we can talk about this, but the idea of where would the backfill be? Because this is for best schools, right? So that's where they couldn't come to an agreement, and so you'd almost have to see what the legislation says.
Oh, this is for the best grant?
Some of that money goes to best.
That explains a little more.
I just want to make sure we're staying structured here
Sorry.
under board reports, so
Sorry.
let's rein it back
Helping
in.
my peeps over here.
So I think the land board would be happy to come and make a presentation if you want to add that to the possible list next month.
Thank you, Mr. Durham, and I appreciate you providing the documentation for the board members in advance. That was kind of you. And then just to make sure that I'm budgeting time adequately, do we have anyone who has come in the last few minutes who wants to make public comment? No? Okay. I think we can get through our board reports. We have two outstanding, Board Member Solis and Board Member Plomer. Board Member Plomer, would you like to go next?
Sure.
All right. Okay.
Sure. So mine will be brief because others have spoken about some of my activities, but it was a great month. It's very, it's exciting for schools to be back and to have the chance to actually see students and teachers back in the classroom and all this, everybody, and the enthusiasm to be back. And I thought this meeting was great, hearing about some of the progress we've made, and I want to just recognize, you know, the hard work that everyone's doing. People are coming in with eyes wide open about what needs to happen, and they're excited to get to work, and they're excited to show off what they're doing. So I got a chance to travel and visit Aspen School District on their second day of school, and got a tour around, which is a beautiful campus. I mean, if you get to go to work there every day, I was just in awe, like, this is your work site. But it was really interesting. You know, here we have a district that, I mean, they do have a lot of resources. They come from a lot of wealth, but the topic of conversation we talked about was they've had a mental health counselors. They have a significant number of students who need extra mental health supports. They also have some extra counselors they're putting into place to do kind of that career and education counseling. So, and they've kind of integrated it in their lunchroom area. So the counselors are kind of around. So when the kids are in these common areas, they can have time to talk to folks, and they get to know those counselors better. Because a lot of times kids just want to talk to people they know better, which is another reason why some, even if you have counselors, kids don't seek that out. So it was a great tour. I was probably more excited about this, but they integrated into their campus a new water filtration system that takes mountain water and filters it out, and they're going to use that for learning, but I thought that was really cool. It was a really nice school visit, and I appreciated the time taken to kind of show me around. On the way up, I spoke with a board member from Summit. Again, just kind of getting a sense of, you know, you're heading back to school, what are some of those challenges? And it is the staffing. Bus drivers are huge. Just trying to make sure that the right folks are in front of kids. The new Legacy school visit was great. I really enjoyed our student tour guides. They were all young women, and all were proud moms, and when we went to the side, that it's an early childhood education center, it's not just daycare, so those kids are getting early childhood education, and you know, they were really engaged with also what was being provided for their children. They understood that was also happening. They spoke really highly of the parenting classes they got. It was really wonderful to hear their perception. One young woman rides the bus an hour to get to this site. So, and she's going places. It was really, she was very inspiring. The Casby bus tour, Dr. Escarzaga talked about where we went. I guess my main point that all the programs were different, and it really brought home to me the local aspect, the local control aspect, because they're different, because the communities they serve are different, and the students have different interests. So, I think it was Greeley, they had the cosmetology program. That was huge. That wasn't, you know, so, and then in the Walt, the middle school program, they had two young gentlemen who had started a drone program. These kids got a $13,000 grant from United Airlines, and they're studying the use of drones, and then they allowed us to use it. So it's so, where you have programs where districts allow these students to pursue an interest, and then it becomes a program that others can participate in. And you can't, they will be able to replicate that perhaps, but those kids got a chance to implement their dream and see that implemented in their school. And I just think, as we think about the strengths of our districts and schools, a lot of this is this local talent and local ideas being able to be seen to fruition. I too got to see Director Solis get her award. It was very, she was an amazing company and she's an amazing leader. It was fun to be there and get a chance to celebrate a colleague. And I've been joining lately the Rural Alliance calls on Wednesdays, and they have different agenda topics, and it's really good for me to hear kind of these groups of primarily superintendents and some of their staff just really in real time discussing successes and challenges as they start the year. So I'll just address Director Durham's commentary. I would love to see all of our homeless folks and friends housed, and I know it's a huge issue, and I hope, I would love to address the mayor, but also be supportive, and education's a big piece of making sure everybody who lives in Colorado gets to have a bright future, and the mental health supports that we provide and the substance abuse prevention. I mean, there's such an overlap between who's experiencing homelessness and who has maybe has mental health issues or problems with addiction. So it's a multi-pronged approach, and just want to share that.
Thank you, Board Member Plummer. Board Member Solis.
So on August 23rd, I accompanied Congresswoman Caraveo to the Adams County Head Start. Very impressed with their program. They had a parent there that really got to talk about how it's impacted her as a parent, how it's impacted her kiddos. Obviously, higher salaries for the teachers is a request of theirs, and really how they can make the program bigger. They've seen a lot of success in watching the kids go from their program and then see them going on to the grades above is definitely been a rewarding thing for the teachers. And these teachers really care about these kids and the families. And that whole kind of concept is what I love. And then, yes, thank you for attending the award, the Colorado Statewide Parent Coalition. Thank you for the award. And it was great to see my fellow board members in the audience supporting me, and I definitely recognize my board family and thank them for being there. The girl that actually did my announcement of my award was Jasmine Ramirez, who is actually on the Glenwood Springs School Board. It was great to talk to her and meet, and she actually had invited us up to Aspen for an event that they were having up there. It was put on by the Latinx House, and it was actually a film festival that happened over several days, and then the day that we went up, it was on a Sunday. They had a festival there where they had Los Lobos who performed. They also had Diana Flores, who's the flag football ambassador. They had some actors from Flaming Hot movie, so it was great to meet them and get photos. And one of them I actually had seen on a Netflix series called Gentified, which is one of my favorites. So it was really great. And then the Aspen mayor actually got up and spoke, and he talked about how important diversity is and how it's, the culture and learning different cultures is so important to him and his community, which I thought was amazing. I'm not used to hearing that in the mountain areas. So the fact that they had this great festival going on and people from all over the mountain areas coming in, and we drove like 4 hours to get there. We left early Sunday morning, but enjoyed ourselves, and we're so happy that we actually got to attend, and they will be having another one next year, so we look forward to that. I am actually serving on the panel for Teacher of the Year. So I got to sit in on those interviews on September 6th and September 7th. The next step is going to be actual in-person visits with them. And, we have some really amazing teachers in Colorado. And the common theme that I heard was really forming relationships with kids and just how much they care about kids. And so it's going to be a hard choice, and I'm not quite sure how we're going to do it, but we have some great teachers here in Colorado, so I'm very proud to be part of that. On September 9th, I attended the Friends of a Woman's Place breakfast. This is a breakfast for women that get awards. It's called the Outstanding Women of Weld County. I actually got an award back in 2010, and the breakfast brings all the past award winners together with the winners for this year. And we just kind of sit and talk about, what we've all been up to. It's an amazing group of women to be around and be surrounded with. And it was interesting because in 2010, I had talked to them about, my next aspirations, and it was to become a CASA and to possibly run for office. So it was really neat to come back and say, yes, I was a CASA for several years, and now I'm on my 4th election. But the money raised from the gala of the awards ceremony actually goes to a women's place, which is the only women's shelter in Weld County. Hearing the stories of these women, and many of them have children, is just, it breaks your heart what some women go through. But to see this organization being able to help them, and then they kind of track them and follow their stories, it's just a really great organization to be around and to witness what they do in our community. And then that evening, I actually went to El Frente de la Lucha for the Young Collective. They put on, it's mainly like college and high school level Latino children who carry on the work of this great place where Priscilla Falcon, who is an icon in the Colorado Chicano movement, they continue to educate kids on their history and just what the story has been to get where we are. And these kiddos had a tacos and tequila fundraiser, and that fundraiser is actually to go towards scholarships for kiddos at UNC who are undocumented. And we got to see Representative Tim Hernandez. He actually graduated from UNC, so he was with us celebrating. And El Frente is a very small little, house, and the backyard was packed. I mean, fence to fence of people, and it was young kids. That's what was so great. And so to see them, doing something good for their community and helping others and raising funds for other kiddos to go to college when most of them have had that experience, just seeing that carried on generation to generation is amazing. So big shout out to all those kids that showed up. They were the ones that cooked all the food. They did everything for the whole event. So we have some great leaders coming up.
Thank you, Board Member Solis, and congratulations on your award. That's really exciting. All right, board members, we were able to get enough done today that we'll have a schedule adjustment for tomorrow, and we will be convening tomorrow at 10 a.m. instead of 9:30. So with that, we will stand in adjournment, and I will see everyone here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. All right.